Some women are not tired because they stopped believing in love. They are tired because they kept carrying hope long after the relationship had stopped carrying them. And there is a particular kind of grief that comes when no one can see the battle within you. People see you answering messages. They see you going to work. They see you helping your children, paying bills, showing up for family, smiling when the room requires it, speaking calmly when your body feels like it is holding back a storm. But they do not see what happens when the house becomes quiet. They do not see you lying awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying one conversation after another, trying to locate the exact moment something changed. Was it the first time he became distant? Was it the first time you explained your pain and he made you feel dramatic for having it? Was it the first unanswered message? The first cold reply? The first promise that did not become action? Or was the truth already there, quietly standing in the corner while your heart kept trying to make love out of fragments? Perhaps one of the deepest wounds is not only being hurt, it is being hurt in a way that no one else can measure, because your heartbreak may not look dramatic from the outside. There may have been no loud ending, no clear betrayal everyone could point to, no public collapse, no final conversation that gave you the dignity of understanding. Sometimes the most devastating endings happen slowly. A person does not leave all at once. They disappear emotionally, 1 inch at a time, while your loyalty keeps setting the table for a love that stopped arriving long ago. And that is why this battle feels so invisible. You are not only grieving a person, you are grieving the years you spent believing. You are grieving the woman you were when you kept hoping. You are grieving the version of yourself who thought patience would be rewarded, tenderness would be recognized, loyalty would be honored, and love would eventually become safe. You may be grieving the home you imagined, the family rhythm you thought you were building, the mornings that never came, the future that sounded possible when he spoke softly, but never became real when it required responsibility. And because the world often does not understand grief without a funeral, you may feel ashamed that you are still hurting. But let this be said gently and clearly. You are not weak because the wound is still speaking. You are not foolish because your heart is taking time to release what your nervous system learned to depend on. You are not losing simply because the healing is quiet. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. You are winning every time you do not reach for the phone just to reopen a wound that already told you the truth. You are winning every time you let a wave of sadness pass through your body without turning it into a reason to return. You are winning every time you stop asking silence to become an explanation. You are winning every time you choose reality, even when longing still has a voice. And that is a victory many people will never applaud, because they will never know what it cost you. There is a kind of courage that does not look like confidence. Sometimes it looks like sitting on the edge of your bed, breathing through the ache, and whispering, I cannot keep abandoning myself just to feel close to someone who abandoned me first. That is not a small moment. That is a holy moment in the inner life of a woman. Not because it is dramatic, but because it is honest. One painful but clarifying truth is this: betrayal wounds identity, not just trust. When someone betrays you, neglects you, hides you, uses your tenderness, or keeps you emotionally close without truly choosing you, the injury does not stay in the relationship. It enters the mirror. You begin asking questions that were never yours to carry. Was I not enough? Was I too emotional? Did I ask for too much? Was I too available? Too patient? Too forgiving? Too loyal? Did I love wrong? And slowly, the betrayal becomes more than what they did. It becomes what you start believing about yourself. That is why healing cannot only be about forgetting him. It has to be about finding yourself again beneath the confusion he left behind. Because someone can benefit from your love without being capable of honoring it. Someone can enjoy your presence without having the character to protect your heart. Someone can need your warmth and still refuse your worth. And someone's inability to choose you does not become evidence that you were lacking. It may only reveal that they wanted the comfort of your love without the responsibility of loving you back with truth. Many women discover too late that they were not in a relationship with commitment. They were in a relationship with possibility. And possibility can be intoxicating. It gives you just enough tenderness to stay, just enough apology to soften, just enough hope to delay your departure, just enough memory to make you doubt the present, just enough affection to make the absence feel like something you can survive if you just love better. This is why intermittent affection can feel like an addiction. Not because you are unstable, not because you lack self-respect, but because the heart can become trained to wait for small returns after long withdrawals, a kind word after days of coldness, a warm message after silence, a moment of closeness after weeks of distance, a promise after disappointment. And suddenly the nervous system mistakes relief for love. But relief is not the same as safety. A brief return is not the same as commitment. Chemistry is not the same as care. Tenderness is not the same as truth. And potential is not the same as presence. There is a question worth asking with honesty, not cruelty. Were you loved consistently, or were you emotionally starved and then grateful for crumbs? That question may hurt, but sometimes clarity has to hurt before it can heal. Because a woman can be intelligent, mature, responsible, spiritually aware, and still become attached to someone who gives her just enough to keep her hoping. Maturity does not protect you from longing. Age does not protect you from attachment. Experience does not make you immune to the ache of being almost chosen. And if you are embarrassed by how long you stayed, let tenderness meet that shame. You stayed because you saw something. You stayed because you hoped. You stayed because maybe there were good moments, and those moments were not imaginary. You stayed because your heart kept trying to reconcile the person who held you gently with the person who left you emotionally alone. You stayed because leaving would have meant accepting that all your effort could not turn ambiguity into devotion. That realization can break something open in a woman, not because she is weak, but because she finally sees that she was holding a key to a house someone had already emptied. And still, even there, you are winning. You are winning because you are beginning to name things accurately. You are winning because you are no longer calling confusion complexity just to make it easier to stay. You are winning because you are starting to understand that love should not require you to keep shrinking your needs until neglect feels normal. There is dignity in no longer begging confusion to become clarity. And yet, let us be honest. Knowing the truth does not immediately remove the ache. You may still miss him. You may still remember his voice. You may still think of the good days and feel your body soften before your mind reminds you of the harm. You may still crave contact while knowing that contact would cost you peace. You may still feel anger 1 hour and tenderness the next. You may still want an apology from someone who has shown you they would rather protect their image than face your pain. That does not mean you are going backward. It means grief is not a straight road. Sometimes healing feels like walking through rooms in your own mind and finding pieces of yourself still sitting there, waiting for an explanation that never came. Silence does something cruel to the heart. It creates loops. When someone refuses to speak clearly, your mind tries to finish the sentence for them. You read old messages. You replay tone. You study timing. You search for hidden meanings. You wonder what you missed, what you should have said, what you could have done differently. Being left in silence can make a grown woman feel like she is dragging an unanswered goodbye through every room of her life. But silence is not always empty. Sometimes silence is information. Sometimes the refusal to answer is itself an answer. Sometimes the absence of accountability reveals the boundary you were waiting for them to respect. And sometimes the heart keeps asking questions the soul already knows how to answer. This is where healing begins to shift. Not when you stop hurting, not when you stop remembering, not when you become cold, but when reality is finally allowed to speak louder than longing. Reality says, he knew enough to know you were hurting. Reality says, you explained yourself more than once. Reality says, your pain did not become important simply because you described it better. Reality says, you were not asking for perfection. You were asking for presence, honesty, and care. Reality says, if someone keeps benefiting from your patience while refusing your truth, love has become unequal. And an unequal love can exhaust even the strongest woman, especially the woman who has already carried too much. The woman who knows how to function while breaking. The woman who can cook dinner with tears behind her eyes. The woman who can attend meetings, answer emails, care for children, check on aging parents, and still privately wonder why she was not worth a clear choice. The woman who does not collapse because collapse is not convenient for the people depending on her. If that is you, please hear this with gentleness. Your ability to keep functioning does not mean the pain was small. It means you learned how to survive without being witnessed. But being unwitnessed does not make your battle unreal. You may not have a room full of people applauding your restraint. No one may know how many times you almost went back. No one may know how much discipline it took not to send that message. No one may know how hard it was to delete the thread, block the access, stop checking, stop waiting, stop shaping your day around the possibility of being remembered. But your inner life knows. Your body knows. Your soul knows. And somewhere inside you, a quieter strength is beginning to rise. Not loud, not bitter, not performative, but steady. It is the strength of a woman who is beginning to understand that self-respect may begin as grief before it becomes power. At first, it may not feel like empowerment. It may feel like loss. It may feel like withdrawal. It may feel like mourning. It may feel like standing in front of your own reflection and realizing how many times you negotiated against your own reality just to keep the connection alive. But that grief is not your defeat. That grief is the sound of your dignity returning, because the part of you that stayed silent to keep peace is learning to speak. The part of you that accepted crumbs is learning to hunger for wholeness. The part of you that confused being needed with being loved is learning the difference. The part of you that kept waiting outside the door is beginning to understand that she does not have to stand there anymore. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. You are winning in the hidden places, in the pauses, in the restraint, in the tears you do not use to punish yourself anymore, in the moments when you choose not to romanticize what wounded you, in the mornings when you wake up heavy but still choose to live one honest day. And perhaps that is where the return begins. Not with a grand declaration, not with a perfect transformation, not with the sudden disappearance of longing, but with one quiet decision after another. To stop calling abandonment love, to stop calling inconsistency mystery, to stop calling anxiety passion, to stop calling self-erasure loyalty, to stop calling waiting devotion when it has become a slow betrayal of yourself. And maybe today you do not need to be fully healed. Maybe today the victory is smaller and more sacred than that. Maybe today the victory is simply this: you are finally telling yourself the truth without using it as a weapon against your own heart. There comes a point in a woman's healing when she begins to understand that the hardest battle was not simply surviving what someone did to her. It was surviving what she began doing to herself afterward. The overthinking, the self-blame, the quiet bargaining. The way she kept reviewing her own behavior as if the right explanation could make another person's lack of care less painful. The way she kept asking, "What did I miss?" when the deeper truth was, "What did I keep excusing?" And that question can ache, because many women do not wake up one morning and decide to abandon themselves. It happens slowly. It happens through small negotiations with pain. You tell yourself, he is busy. You tell yourself he is stressed. You tell yourself he has been hurt before. You tell yourself he does not know how to communicate. You tell yourself you should be patient, softer, wiser, less demanding, more understanding. And perhaps some of those things were partly true, but a half-truth can still become a hiding place. Because while you were trying to understand him, who was trying to understand what his inconsistency was doing to you? While you were protecting his wounds, who was protecting yours? While you were making room for his confusion, who was making room for your need to feel safe, chosen, respected, and emotionally held? There is a painful difference between compassion and self-abandonment. Compassion says, "I understand that you have wounds." Self-abandonment says, "Because you have wounds, I will let you keep wounding me." Compassion says, "I can see your struggle." Self-abandonment says, "Your struggle matters more than my peace." Compassion says, "I can love you as a human being." Self-abandonment says, "I will lose myself trying to make you love me properly." And many women learn this difference only after their hearts have been exhausted. Maybe you learn to be patient because somewhere in your life, love required waiting. Maybe you learn to over-explain because silence once made you feel unsafe. Maybe you learn to overgive because being useful made you feel harder to leave. Maybe you learned to accept emotional crumbs because inconsistency felt familiar before it felt painful. This is not weakness. This is conditioning. But healing asks you to stop confusing the origin of a wound with permission to keep reopening it. A deeper truth is this. Sometimes the person you miss is not only the person who hurt you, sometimes you miss the version of yourself who still believed the story could end differently. You miss the woman who had not yet seen the contradiction clearly. You miss the excitement before the confusion. You miss the early tenderness. You miss the hope that made you feel alive. You miss the way your body softened before it learned to brace. And this is why grief can feel so complicated. You are not only letting go of him, you are letting go of the imagined life that stood beside him in your mind. The future conversations, the healing apology, the moment he would finally understand, the day he would choose you clearly, the home that existed in your hope before it ever existed in reality. That kind of future can be hard to bury because no one else saw it. No one else knew how much you had built inside yourself. No one else knew how many times you mentally moved furniture into a house that love never truly constructed. You were holding a key to a place that may have never been prepared for you. And now you are grieving a door that looked open but never fully let you in. That grief deserves respect, not exaggeration, not shame, respect. Because when a woman has invested years, loyalty, patience, prayers, emotional labor, physical tenderness, private forgiveness, and repeated chances, the ending is not small, even if the relationship was undefined. Even if he never gave it the name you deserved. Even if people around you say, but were you really together? Even if the world cannot understand how something unclear could still break you clearly. Ambiguous love creates complicated grief. Because when something is never fully named, it is harder to mourn. When someone keeps you emotionally close but publicly distant, it is harder to explain why you feel abandoned. When someone gives you intimacy without commitment, it is harder to admit how much you invested. When someone lets you feel chosen in private but uncertain in reality, it creates a wound that has no clean language. And without language, many women turn the pain inward. They blame themselves for needing more. They blame themselves for believing more. They blame themselves for staying longer than their intuition wanted them to stay. But listen closely. Needing clarity did not make you needy. Needing consistency did not make you difficult. Needing emotional safety did not make you weak. Needing to be chosen without guessing did not make you demanding. It made you human. It made you a woman with a heart, a body, a history, a nervous system, a future, and a right to not be kept in emotional uncertainty. There is dignity in admitting I cannot live on almost. Almost loved, almost chosen, almost included, almost respected, almost safe, almost enough to stay, but never enough to rest. A woman cannot build a life on almost. She can survive there for a while. She can decorate it with hope. She can make excuses for its empty rooms. She can tell herself that one day the walls will become real, but eventually her soul will begin to ache for a place where she does not have to keep proving why she should be allowed inside. That ache is not punishment. It is wisdom rising. Sometimes your pain is not trying to destroy you. Sometimes your pain is trying to tell you this is not where you are loved in truth. And that is where the inner battle becomes so fierce because one part of you knows. Another part of you still longs. One part of you remembers the neglect. Another part remembers the tenderness. One part of you wants freedom. Another part wants the apology, the call, the explanation, the proof that it meant something. And so you may feel divided inside yourself. You may wake up strong and go to bed grieving. You may feel peaceful in the morning and triggered by evening. You may know he was not good for your spirit and still miss the way he once looked at you. You may feel relief that you are no longer waiting and still feel lonely because waiting had become a rhythm. This does not mean you are confused. It means your attachment is still catching up to your clarity. The mind can understand the truth before the body feels safe enough to release the pattern. That is why healing requires patience, but not the kind of patience that keeps you trapped. A different patience. Patience with your own nervous system. Patience with the parts of you that learn to survive through hope. Patience with the woman inside you who still trembles when she realizes the person she wanted most did not protect her heart. You do not heal by insulting the part of you that loved. You heal by leading her home. You say to her, gently, I know why you stayed. I know why you hoped. I know why you kept checking. I know why you wanted the apology. I know why silence felt unbearable. But we cannot keep bleeding in the same place and call it devotion. That is how self-trust returns. Not by pretending you never cared. Not by denying the attachment. Not by becoming hard. Self-trust returns when you begin telling yourself the truth and then protecting yourself according to that truth. Because the wound of betrayal often says, how could I not see it? But healing answers, now that I do see it, I will not abandon myself again. That is a turning point. Maybe no one sees it. Maybe there's no dramatic evidence. Maybe your face looks the same to everyone around you. But inside, something sacred is changing. You are no longer making his emotional limitations the center of your identity. You are no longer measuring your worth by someone's capacity to recognize it. You are no longer calling yourself foolish for loving deeply. You are beginning to understand that love given sincerely is not shameful, even when it was mishandled. A woman does not become less worthy because someone consumed her love carelessly. Let that land softly. You did not become less valuable because he failed to honor what you gave. You did not become less beautiful because he looked elsewhere. You did not become less lovable because he could not stay present. You did not become less whole because he treated your heart like a place to visit, not a home to protect. His carelessness may have wounded you, but it did not define you. And yet, it may have awakened older wounds. Being unchosen in adulthood can reach backward into places you thought you had already outgrown. It can touch the little girl who wanted to be picked, the younger woman who wanted to be enough, the part of you that learned to perform for affection, the part of you that feared being replaced, the part of you that believed if she just became more patient, more useful, more beautiful, more understanding, more quiet, more forgiving, then love would finally stay. This is why the pain can feel larger than the relationship itself. You may be grieving him, yes, but you may also be grieving every moment in your life when you felt emotionally invisible. Every time you had to earn gentleness. Every time your needs were treated like inconvenience. Every time you were taught to be grateful for partial love. So when this wound opens, it does not only say he left, it says again, and that one word can carry years. Again, I was not chosen. Again, I gave more than I received. Again, I waited for someone to see me. Again, I made myself smaller to preserve a connection. Again, I am the one left carrying the emotional wreckage. If this is where you are, be careful not to shame the depth of your reaction. Your body may not only be responding to the present, it may be remembering old abandonment. And healing becomes not only about releasing one person, but about breaking a pattern of self-erasure that has followed you quietly through different rooms of your life. That is why boundaries may feel like grief at first. When you stop answering, you may feel cruel. When you stop explaining, you may feel guilty. When you stop making yourself available, you may feel anxious. When you stop waiting, you may feel empty. But emptiness is not always a sign you made the wrong choice. Sometimes emptiness is the space where the old pattern used to live. You are not missing peace. You are missing familiarity. And familiarity can feel like home even when it was harming you. This is why rebuilding your life requires gentle structure, not grand performance, not proving you are over it, not posting strength before you feel stable, not pretending you never loved him, but small, faithful acts of return. Make your mornings belong to you again. Do not let the first thought of the day be someone who made you feel secondary. Before you check for messages, check your own body. Before you wonder whether he misses you, ask yourself what you need today to feel safe within your own life. Eat even when grief tightens your stomach. Rest even when your mind wants to replay evidence. Move your body not to become desirable, but to remind yourself that you are still alive. Clean one corner of your room as a quiet declaration that your environment will not become a shrine to abandonment. Call someone who does not require you to perform happiness. Write down the truth when longing begins editing the story. This matters. Because longing is a skilled editor. It cuts out the coldness. It softens the neglect. It enlarges the good moments. It turns inconsistency into mystery. It makes you remember the table where love once sat while hiding the many nights you were eating alone emotionally. So write the truth plainly, not to hate him, not to punish yourself, but to protect your clarity. Right. I was often confused. I did not feel emotionally safe. I kept asking for clarity. I accepted less than I needed because I was afraid of losing the connection. I miss him, but missing him is not proof that returning would heal me. I can love what was beautiful without denying what was harmful. That last sentence is important. Mature healing does not require you to lie. You do not have to say it was all bad. You do not have to erase every tender memory. You do not have to pretend the connection meant nothing. You do not have to turn him into a monster just to justify leaving. But you also do not have to turn him into a saint just because you miss him. Truth is allowed to be whole. He may have had beautiful moments, and he may have wounded you deeply. He may have cared in some ways, and he may not have loved you with the steadiness you deserved. He may have been broken, and he may still be responsible for the harm he caused. Holding both truths is part of becoming emotionally free, because when you only remember the good, you return to the wound. When you only remember the bad, you harden around the pain. But when you can tell the full truth, you begin to stand in reality without needing to distort it. And healing may begin when reality is finally allowed to become more sacred than longing. There is another quiet victory no one sees. The moment you stop trying to win the argument in your mind, you stop rehearsing what you would say if he finally listened. You stop preparing the perfect message that would make him understand. You stop imagining the conversation where he breaks down, admits everything, and validates your suffering. You stop needing the person who injured you to become the judge of whether the injury was real. That is a powerful release, because closure sometimes begins when you stop asking the wrong person to validate your pain. Some people cannot give closure because closure would require honesty. Some people avoid accountability because accountability would disturb the story they tell themselves. Some people leave you with silence because silence allows them to avoid seeing the full weight of what they did. Some people would rather let you question yourself than answer for their choices. And if you keep waiting for that person to become emotionally honest before you allow yourself to heal, you place your freedom in the hands of someone who has already mishandled your heart. You deserve better than that. Not because you are superior, not because you are untouched by fault, not because you never made mistakes, but because your pain is real even when they refuse to acknowledge it. Your healing does not need their signature. Your grief does not need their permission. Your truth does not become false because they deny it. This is where dignity begins to stand up inside you, quietly. It says, I will not keep presenting evidence to someone committed to misunderstanding me. It says, I will not keep reopening my wound in the courtroom of his avoidance. It says, I will not keep confusing an explanation with restoration. It says, I can release the need to be seen by the person who chose not to see me. That is not bitterness. That is emotional adulthood. And it may hurt before it strengthens you. Because part of you still wants to be chosen by the one who made you feel unchosen. Part of you still wants him to look back and realize. Part of you still wants the dignity of being missed properly. That desire is human, but do not let it become a prison. There's a difference between wanting someone to understand and needing their understanding in order to move forward. You can wish for an apology and still stop waiting at the door. You can acknowledge the wound and still stop giving the wound your whole identity. You can miss him and still choose not to return. You can love the woman you were without letting her continue to lead you back into the same suffering. This is the battle within you. Not simply forgetting, not simply moving on, not simply becoming stronger. The battle is choosing truth while longing still speaks. Choosing dignity while shame still whispers. Choosing distance while attachment still reaches. Choosing yourself while some part of you still wants to be chosen by him. And every time you do that, you are winning. Not loudly, not perfectly, but truly. One day, the victory will not feel like resistance. It will feel like peace. But before peace becomes natural, discipline may have to carry you. Discipline is not coldness. It is care with structure. It is blocking what keeps breaking you. It is refusing private access to someone who would not offer public respect. It is no longer explaining your wounds to someone who kept stepping on them. It is protecting your evening from the spiral. It is turning your attention back to the life that still belongs to you. And yes, at first it may feel unnatural because you were trained by the relationship to orbit around uncertainty. But now you are learning to return to your own center. That return may be slow. It may begin with one quiet evening where you do not check his page. One morning where you breathe before you remember him. One meal where your appetite comes back. One laugh that surprises you. One moment where you realize you have been thinking about your future instead of his absence. Do not dismiss these moments. They are not small. They are evidence that life is still reaching for you. There is a version of you beyond this pain. Not a harder woman, not a colder woman, not a woman who never trusts again. A clearer woman, a woman who knows the difference between attention and intention. A woman who knows the difference between words and weight. A woman who knows that chemistry without character can still leave her starving. A woman who no longer mistakes emotional intensity for emotional safety. A woman who can love deeply without handing her self-worth to someone else for approval. She is not far from you. She is forming in the hidden battle. Every honest tear is helping shape her. Every boundary is protecting her. Every moment of restraint is strengthening her. Every time you tell the truth, you are calling her closer. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. You are winning when you stop chasing answers from someone committed to ambiguity. You are winning when you grieve without romanticizing the wound. You are winning when you let yourself miss him without making missing him a command to return. You are winning when you stop treating your softness like evidence against you. You are winning when you understand that a tender heart still deserves protection. And maybe today, the work is not to become fearless. Maybe the work is to become honest. Honest about what hurt. Honest about what you accepted. Honest about what you needed. Honest about what you can no longer survive. Honest about the fact that your love was real, but reality must now be respected more than the dream. Because a dream that requires your self-erasure is not love calling you forward. It is longing asking you to disappear. And you are not here to disappear. You are here to return. Slowly, tenderly, truthfully, with grief in one hand and dignity in the other. There is a quiet kind of strength that begins when a woman stops trying to be understood by someone who benefited from misunderstanding her. At first, this strength may not feel like strength at all. It may feel like sorrow. It may feel like silence. It may feel like the ache of not explaining yourself anymore. It may feel like the strange emptiness that comes when you stop reaching for a person who had become both your comfort and your wound. And that can be confusing because for a long time, your nervous system may have learned to associate love with waiting. Waiting for the reply, waiting for the mood to change, waiting for him to become warm again, waiting for the truth to become clear. waiting for the apology to sound real, waiting for the relationship to finally match the promises, the chemistry, the private tenderness, the version of him you kept defending in your heart. When waiting becomes familiar, peace can feel unfamiliar. A calm day can feel empty. A quiet phone can feel like rejection. A boundary can feel like danger. A life without emotional chaos can feel too still, almost suspicious. But stillness is not abandonment. Sometimes stillness is the first room healing brings you into. And in that room, you begin to hear the parts of yourself that were drowned out by anxiety. You begin to hear the woman who was tired of decoding silence, the woman who was tired of being grateful for emotional scraps, the woman who was tired of pretending she did not need more. The woman who kept smiling in public while privately carrying a body of hope through a relationship already hollowed out. She has been waiting for you, not to judge you, not to shame you, not to ask why you stayed. She has been waiting for you to come back and say, I am sorry I left you alone in order to keep someone else close. That is one of the most painful apologies a woman may ever give herself. Because sometimes the heartbreak is not only that someone failed to choose you, sometimes the heartbreak is realizing how many times you failed to choose yourself while waiting for them. And that realization can bring grief deeper than anger. Anger says, how could he do that to me? Grief says, how did I learn to tolerate it for so long? Shame says, what is wrong with me? Healing says, what happened to me that made this feel like love? That last question is not meant to accuse you. It is meant to free you. Because when you understand the roots of your overgiving, you can stop mistaking it for proof of foolishness. Maybe you overgave because you were taught that love must be earned. Maybe you overexplained because you grew up around people who did not listen unless you were breaking. Maybe you held on because somewhere inside, being left felt unbearable. Maybe you confused emotional intensity with intimacy because consistency had never been modeled clearly. Maybe you accepted ambiguity because naming the truth would have required grieving something you were not ready to release. This is why self-compassion matters, not the shallow kind that tells you nothing was your responsibility, but the mature kind that can say, I understand why I did what I did, and I will still learn a different way. That is dignity. Dignity is not pretending you were never wounded. Dignity is refusing to let the wound become your permanent identity. Dignity is not acting like you no longer care. Dignity is caring for yourself more honestly than you care about being chosen by someone inconsistent. Dignity is not revenge. It is return. And return can be quiet. It may look like no longer answering messages that reopen your confusion. It may look like removing access from someone who only appears when they want comfort. It may look like deciding that you will no longer be available for private intimacy without public respect. It may look like admitting that you cannot keep being someone's emotional shelter while they refuse to build anything safe with you. That kind of decision may break your heart at first, because boundaries often feel cruel to the part of you that survived by pleasing. If you were used to keeping peace by ignoring your own discomfort, then self-protection may initially feel like betrayal. If you were used to being chosen only when you were easy, then having standards may feel like risk. If you were used to mistaking patience for love, then leaving may feel like failure. But a boundary is not a punishment. A boundary is the place where your dignity stops apologizing for needing safety. And maybe you need to hear this clearly. You are allowed to protect yourself from someone you still love. Love does not require unlimited access. Love does not require you to keep bleeding so another person can avoid accountability. Love does not require you to remain emotionally open to someone who used openness without honoring it. You can love someone and still admit that closeness to them damages your peace. That is not cruelty. That is discernment. And discernment is one of the gifts pain can leave behind when you refuse to let it harden you. Because pain will try to do one of two things. It will either make you bitter or it will make you clearer. Bitterness says, no one can be trusted. Clarity says, I will pay attention to character, consistency, and emotional responsibility. Bitterness says love is dangerous. Clarity says love without truth is dangerous. Bitterness says I will never feel deeply again. Clarity says I will feel deeply, but I will no longer abandon myself to keep someone. Bitterness closes the heart. Clarity gives the heart a door with a lock. And a grown woman does not need to become cold to become wise. She can stay tender. She can still believe in goodness. She can still value love. She can still be moved by beauty, kindness, and emotional honesty. But now she learns to watch more than words. She watches consistency. She watches whether apologies become change. She watches whether affection comes with responsibility. She watches whether someone can handle her truth without punishing her for having it. She watches whether she feels peaceful in the relationship or merely relieved when the anxiety pauses. That difference matters. Relief after distress can feel powerful, but peace without distress is healthier. Many women become attached to relief because the relationship keeps creating pain and then briefly removing it. The apology after neglect, the warm night after distance, the sweet message after emotional absence, the sudden tenderness after weeks of uncertainty. And because the body is so tired from hurting, that relief feels like love returning. But love should not have to disappear repeatedly for you to feel grateful when it comes back. Love should not train your nervous system to live in fear of the next withdrawal. Love should not make you fluent in another person's inconsistency while making you a stranger to your own needs. A reflective question may help you now. Did this connection expand your life, or did it quietly shrink you? Did you become more yourself, or did you become more careful? Did you speak freely, or did you measure every word? Did you rest in being loved, or did you perform for reassurance? Did your world grow, or did your emotional life narrow around whether he was close or distant that day? These questions are not meant to condemn you. They are lanterns. They help you see the rooms of your heart clearly, because sometimes a woman calls something love because she sacrificed for it. But sacrifice alone does not prove love. Sometimes it only proves how much of herself she was willing to lose to keep a connection alive. And now, healing may ask you to recover those pieces, the part of you that stopped laughing freely, the part of you that stopped dreaming clearly, the part of you that became afraid to ask simple questions. The part of you that stopped trusting her intuition because she kept accepting explanations that did not match reality. The part of you that learned to wait by the emotional door like a guest in her own life. You do not recover yourself all at once. You recover yourself in fragments. A boundary here, a truthful sentence there, a morning walk, a meal eaten slowly, a room cleaned with care, a number deleted, a memory allowed to pass without becoming a command, a prayer that does not ask for him to return, but asks for you to return to yourself. This is what winning can look like. Not dramatic, not visible, not easy, but real. No one may know that today you did not check his social media. No one may know that last night you cried but did not call. No one may know that you saw something that triggered you and still chose not to spiral for hours. No one may know that you whispered, "I miss him," and then still chose not to betray your own healing. But that is victory. The world often celebrates visible transformation, the new glow, the new relationship, the new body, the new confidence, the public smile. But some of the most important healing happens before anyone can see it. It happens when your inner conversation changes. Instead of saying, "Why wasn't I enough?" you begin asking, "Why did I accept love that made me doubt my enoughness?" Instead of saying, "How could he leave me?" you begin asking, "Why did I keep staying where I felt emotionally alone?" Instead of saying, "What does she have that I don't?" you begin saying, "I will not measure my worth by who someone chose after mishandling me." Instead of saying, "Maybe I ruined it," you begin saying, "A relationship that required me to silence my needs was already costing too much." That change is not small. That is identity repair, because betrayal often fractures the self. It makes you question your judgment. It makes you doubt your beauty. It makes you distrust your intuition. It makes you review your memories like evidence in a trial you never agreed to enter. It can make you feel foolish for loving, foolish for believing, foolish for staying, foolish for not leaving sooner. But healing begins when you stop using your pain as proof against yourself. You were not foolish for wanting love, to be honest. You were not foolish for believing words that were spoken with tenderness. You are not foolish for hoping someone would become consistent. You were not foolish for giving chances to someone you cared about. But now, with mercy and truth, you must learn the difference between giving grace and abandoning discernment. Grace can forgive. Discernment remembers. Grace can release bitterness. Discernment sets the boundary. Grace can understand someone's wounds. Discernment refuses to become the place where those wounds keep expressing themselves as harm. There is a mature spirituality in that. Not loud, not performative, not wrapped in easy promises. Just a quiet surrender to truth. You surrender the fantasy that pain will become love if you endure it long enough. You surrender the belief that your patience can save someone from their unwillingness. You surrender the need to be chosen by someone who made choosing you feel like a burden. You surrender the version of the future that required you to disappear in order to keep it. And surrender, in this sense, is not defeat. It is release. It is opening your hands around something that kept cutting you. It is saying, "I wanted this to be love, but I cannot keep calling it love if it keeps requiring my self-abandonment." That sentence may hurt, but it may also save you. Because healing is not only about letting go of a person, it is about letting go of the meanings you attached to being chosen by them. Maybe you thought if he finally chose you, it would prove you were lovable. Maybe if he apologized, it would prove you were not crazy. Maybe if he came back, it would prove the years were not wasted. Maybe if he regretted losing you, it would repair the humiliation of feeling replaceable. But your worth cannot be safely placed in someone else's regret. His remorse, if it ever comes, cannot be the foundation of your identity. You need a self-worth that does not depend on whether the person who hurt you eventually understands what they lost. Because some people do not understand. Some people understand too late. Some people understand privately but never say it. Some people move on quickly because speed helps them avoid depth. Some people replace presence with distraction. Some people repeat patterns because reflection would require pain they are not ready to face. And none of that should keep you in prison. You may never receive the confession your heart wanted. You may never hear, "I know I hurt you." You may never hear, "You deserve better from me." You may never hear, "I was careless with someone who loved me deeply." You may never hear the sentence that would make the wound feel witnessed, but you can still heal, not because it did not matter, because you matter more than the apology you never received. That is one of the hardest truths to accept, because the heart wants justice. The body wants repair. The mind wants the story to make sense. The soul wants someone to stand in the wreckage and say, "Yes, this happened. Yes, you were hurt. Yes, your pain is real." And when that does not happen, a woman may begin stitching meaning over wounds caused by refusal, not confusion. She may try to make the pain noble. She may try to explain his behavior so it hurts less. She may try to spiritualize what was actually neglect. She may try to call abandonment a lesson before she has even allowed herself to grieve it. But grief should not be rushed into wisdom. Sometimes you need to cry before you understand. Sometimes you need to be angry before you release. Sometimes you need to admit this was unfair before you can say, "I will survive it." There is no dignity in pretending the wound did not cut deeply. Dignity is telling the truth without letting the truth destroy you. So allow yourself to name it. It hurt to be loyal to someone who was inconsistent. It hurt to be emotionally available to someone who kept parts of himself unavailable. It hurt to be treated like an option after behaving like a partner. It hurt to give patience and receive confusion. It hurt to be replaced quickly, as if the story that changed you was just a chapter he could skip. It hurt to realize that someone could enjoy your love without feeling responsible for your heart. That pain is real. And still, it is not the end of you. Maybe this is where the hidden victory becomes clearer. You are winning because you are no longer denying the wound to protect the person who caused it. You are winning because you are no longer making your silence the price of keeping a connection. You are winning because you are beginning to believe your own experience, even without outside validation. You are winning because you can finally say, "I was hurt," without immediately adding, "But maybe I asked for too much." No. You did not ask for too much when you asked for honesty. You did not ask for too much when you asked for consistency. You did not ask for too much when you wanted to feel emotionally safe. You did not ask for too much when you wanted actions to match words. You did not ask for too much when you wanted to stop guessing where you stood. You were asking for the basic dignity of not being emotionally kept in the dark. And if someone made that feel unreasonable, then perhaps the problem was not the size of your need. Perhaps the problem was the smallness of what they were willing to offer. Let that truth settle without turning it into superiority. This is not about calling yourself better than him. It is not about making him evil. It is not about denying the complexity of two imperfect people. It is about refusing to keep making yourself smaller so someone else's emotional limitations can remain unchallenged. You are allowed to say, I understand his wounds, but I will not live inside them. You are allowed to say, I forgive what I can, but I will not reopen access where trust was repeatedly broken. You are allowed to say, I loved him, but I will not keep losing myself to prove that love was real. And maybe that is the mature heartbreak no one talks about enough. Sometimes the love was real. It simply was not safe. Sometimes the connection was powerful. It simply was not healthy. Sometimes the tenderness existed. It simply did not become commitment. Sometimes the memories are beautiful. They simply do not erase the pattern. A grown woman can hold that complexity. She does not need to flatten the story into one easy sentence. She does not need to hate him to leave. She does not need to prove she was perfect to admit she was harmed. She does not need everyone to understand the relationship in order to honor what it cost her. She can say, there were beautiful moments and there was also damage. That is truth. And truth is the ground where dignity grows. As you continue healing, there may be days when you feel almost free. Then something small may pull you back. A song, a street, a scent, a date on the calendar, a place where you once laughed, a phrase he used to say, a sudden image of him with someone else, a memory of your own softness before everything became complicated. Do not panic when grief returns. A trigger is not a failure. It is a place in the body asking for care. When it comes, do not immediately obey it. Do not let the trigger become a phone call. Do not let the memory become a message. Do not let the ache become a surrender of your boundary. Pause. Put your hand over your chest if you need to. Breathe slowly. Name what is happening. This is grief. This is attachment. This is the part of me that wanted the story to end differently. This is my body remembering uncertainty. This is not a command to go back. That small act of naming is powerful because what you can name, you can begin to hold. And what you can hold, you do not have to become. You are not your craving. You are not your panic. You are not your loneliness. You are not your unanswered questions. You are not the version of yourself who begged for clarity. You are not the silence someone left you in. You are the woman learning how to stand inside herself again. And standing may be shaky at first. That is okay. A woman rebuilding after emotional abandonment is not weak because she trembles. She is brave because she stands while trembling. Do not underestimate that. Do not underestimate the strength it takes to keep choosing healing when heartbreak keeps offering familiar doors. Do not underestimate the discipline it takes to let someone misunderstand you and still not chase them for correction. Do not underestimate the courage it takes to stop waiting for a message that used to control your breathing. Do not underestimate the grace it takes to stay soft after being treated carelessly. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. Every time you refuse to make your worth negotiable, you are winning. Every time you believe the pattern more than the promise, you are winning. Every time you let grief move through you without letting it govern you, you are winning. Every time you stop using his inability to love you well as evidence that you were hard to love, you are winning. And one day, not all at once, you will notice something gentle. You will think of him, and the thought will not take your whole body with it. You will remember what happened, and you will not feel the same collapse in your chest. You will speak about the story without needing to defend your pain. You will wake up and realize your first breath belongs to you again. You will laugh without feeling guilty for surviving. You will desire peace more than explanation. You will stop asking, why didn't he choose me? And begin asking, why did I ever believe being chosen by someone unavailable was the measure of my life? That question will not come from bitterness. It will come from awakening. And awakening is often quiet. It does not always arrive like thunder. Sometimes it arrives like a woman sitting alone, finally understanding that the love she kept chasing was never supposed to cost her the right to feel whole. Sometimes it arrives when she stops trying to be the exception to someone's pattern. Sometimes it arrives when she sees that she was not hard to love. She was standing before someone who did not know how to honor love without consuming it. Sometimes it arrives when she realizes she can grieve deeply and still not go back. That is a sacred kind of strength, not because it looks impressive, because it is honest. And today, maybe honesty is enough. Maybe today, you do not need to solve the entire grief. Maybe you do not need to understand every motive. Maybe you do not need to force forgiveness before your heart is ready. Maybe you do not need to pretend you are unaffected. Maybe today you only need to stop turning your pain against yourself. You only need to say, I was wounded, but I am not worthless. I was left in confusion, but I am allowed to choose clarity. I was not chosen there, but I can choose myself here. I lost time, but I have not lost my future. I love deeply, and now I will learn to protect deeply too. There is a life waiting for the woman who stops treating heartbreak as the final definition of who she is. A life where your peace is not dependent on someone else's emotional weather. A life where love does not require you to read silence like a language. A life where tenderness does not come wrapped in anxiety. A life where your dignity is not something you offer up in exchange for temporary closeness. A life where you are not begging ambiguity to become devotion. And perhaps you are not fully there yet. That is all right. You are still walking. You are still breathing. You are still learning to return. And even if no one sees the tears, the restraint, the shaking hands, the nights you survived, the messages you did not send, the memories you released one by one, something in you is becoming whole again. Quietly, slowly. Truthfully, And that is winning too. There is a moment in healing when a woman begins to understand that peace is not the same as forgetting. Peace does not mean the memory disappears. It does not mean the betrayal becomes harmless. It does not mean the silence no longer mattered. It does not mean you suddenly feel grateful for what nearly broke you. Peace begins more quietly than that. Peace begins when the memory can enter the room without taking over the whole house. It begins when you can remember his face without losing your own. When you can hear a song and feel the ache, but not surrender your evening to it. When you can think of what happened and still remain on your own side. When the past is still part of your story, but no longer the hand around your throat. And maybe that is where you are trying to go now. Not into denial, not into bitterness, not into a performance of being healed, but into a steadier place within yourself, where the truth can exist without constantly destroying your ability to breathe. Because for a while, betrayal does not feel like a memory. It feels like an atmosphere. You carry it into the grocery store, into your work day, into your kitchen, into your sleep, into the way you answer people, into the way you look at yourself in the mirror. You may be washing dishes while your mind is still standing in the last conversation. You may be driving somewhere ordinary while your chest suddenly tightens with the thought of being replaced. You may be laughing with someone, then feel guilty because some part of you still believes grief requires constant loyalty to what was lost. But grief does not need to be worshipped in order to be honored. You are allowed to have moments of relief. You are allowed to feel light for 5 minutes. You are allowed to laugh before everything is resolved. You are allowed to enjoy a quiet morning, even if part of you is still healing. You are allowed to live while grieving. This is important because many women punish themselves for surviving. They think, if I laugh, maybe it means it did not matter. If I begin again, maybe it means I wasted those years. If I stop hurting so intensely, maybe it means I love too much for nothing. But healing does not erase the meaning of what you endured. It simply means your pain no longer has to be the only witness to your love. A deeper truth is this: sometimes women stay loyal to suffering because suffering feels like the last connection. If the person is gone, if the clarity never came, if the apology was withheld, if the future collapsed, then the pain becomes the only remaining proof that it was real. So part of you may resist peace, not because you want to suffer, but because you fear that if you stop hurting, the story will disappear. The years will be reduced to nothing. The love you gave will seem foolish. The wound will become invisible, but your healing does not erase what happened. Your peace does not excuse what happened. Your renewal does not mean the pain was small. You can become free and still tell the truth. You can move forward and still acknowledge that something precious was mishandled. You can release the emotional grip and still know that the damage was real. You can stop carrying the body of hope and still honor the woman who carried it for as long as she could. You are not betraying your past by choosing your future. You are protecting the woman who had to live through it. And maybe she needs protection now more than she needs explanations. For so long, you may have been searching for the missing sentence, the sentence that would make everything make sense, the sentence that would finally answer why he changed, why he withdrew, why He promised what he did not protect. Why he came close enough to awaken your heart, then stayed distant enough to break it. Why he let you keep hoping when he knew he was not truly building. But there may be no sentence that can make betrayal feel reasonable. There may be no explanation soft enough to undo the nights you spent questioning yourself. And perhaps the question is no longer, why did he do it? Perhaps the question is, how do I stop letting what he did continue to decide how I see myself? That question is where power begins to return. Not power over him, power within you. The power to stop making his choices your mirror. The power to stop shrinking your own story around his absence. The power to stop treating his emotional immaturity as a verdict on your value. The power to say, what happened shaped me, but it does not own me. That is not a cliche. That is work. Because after being emotionally abandoned, a woman may start scanning for abandonment everywhere. A delayed reply feels dangerous. A change in tone feels like warning. A small distance feels like the beginning of another disappearance. Even kindness can feel suspicious because your body remembers how tenderness once came before confusion. This is why healing is not only emotional, it is also physical. Your body may need time to learn that peace is safe. Your nervous system may need time to stop expecting withdrawal. Your heart may need time to believe that love does not have to arrive with fear attached. Be patient with that process, not passive, patient. There is a difference. Passivity says, I will keep letting pain happen. Patience says, I will not shame myself for needing time to recover. Passivity abandons the self. Patience accompanies the self. And right now, perhaps you need accompaniment from within. A kinder inner voice. A steadier hand. A way of speaking to yourself that does not sound like the person who dismissed you. Because some women leave the relationship physically, but keep the voice of the wound inside them. They still hear. You were too much. You should have been easier. You ruined it. You were not enough to keep him. You should have known better. You are embarrassing for still hurting. But those voices do not deserve to become the language of your healing. You cannot rebuild yourself with the same cruelty that helped break you. So begin changing the voice. When shame says, I stayed too long, answer, I stayed because I hoped, and now I am learning. When longing says, maybe he will finally choose me, answer, I deserve a love that does not require me to keep waiting outside my own life. When fear says, what if no one loves me again? Answer, I am not going to measure my future by the person who mishandled my past. When loneliness says, go back, answer, I can be lonely without returning to what wounded me. That is inner leadership. And grown women often have to learn it in the dark. No audience. No applause. No one clapping because you did not text. No one celebrating because you cried and still kept your boundary. No one handing you a medal because you finally told yourself the truth without collapsing beneath it. But these unseen moments matter. They are the architecture of your return. Every time you choose honesty over fantasy, a wall goes up in the house of your self-respect. Every time you choose rest over rumination, a room becomes livable again. Every time you choose not to reopen contact, a door gets stronger. Every time you choose to feed yourself, bathe, breathe, work, walk, pray, write, sleep, or simply remain gentle with your own heart, you are rebuilding a home inside yourself. And this time, it will not be a house someone else can empty without your permission. A fresh reframing may help here. You are not starting over from nothing. You are starting again with truth. That is different. You are starting with the knowledge of what inconsistency does to you. You are starting with a clearer understanding of your own needs. You are starting with the memory of what it felt like to betray your intuition so you can learn to honor it sooner. You are starting with a deeper respect for your own limits. You are starting with the wisdom that chemistry without safety can still become suffering. This means the years were not meaningless, even if they hurt. They taught you where you were overextended. They showed you which wounds still needed tenderness. They revealed the cost of abandoning your own reality. They clarified what your body can no longer live inside. That does not make the pain beautiful. It makes your survival meaningful. There is a difference. You do not have to decorate the wound to prove you grew from it. You can say, "It hurt. It was unfair. It cost me deeply, and I am still becoming wiser." That is mature healing. It does not force gratitude for harm. It allows wisdom to rise without denying the damage. Because some grief comes not from losing love, but from seeing clearly what love never was. That sentence may be hard to hold. Maybe what you lost was not the love itself, but the illusion that it would become love if you just stayed long enough. Maybe what you lost was not a committed future, but the belief that you were finally close to one. Maybe what you lost was not emotional safety, but the hope that someone unsafe would eventually become safe through the force of your devotion. Maybe what you lost was not a home, but a blueprint you kept carrying for someone who never intended to build. And that kind of grief can be devastating because it asks you to mourn not only what happened, but what you imagined was happening. It asks you to grieve the story beneath the story, the private meaning, the secret hope, the silent investment, the way you kept making room in your life for someone who kept making excuses in his. But when you finally allow reality to stand without editing it, something begins to settle. You may cry harder at first. Truth often hurts before it frees, but eventually the truth becomes a floor beneath you. You stop falling through questions. You stop chasing shadows. You stop needing the fantasy to survive. You stop making your heart live inside a version of the story that required you to ignore too much. And then, slowly, your energy begins to come back, not all at once. First, it may come as one clear hour, then one steady morning, then one day when you realize you did not rehearse the pain as much, then one evening when you choose music that does not break you, then one conversation where you hear yourself laugh from somewhere real. Then one moment when you notice beauty again without feeling disloyal to your grief. These moments are not proof that you never loved. They are proof that your life is still yours and your life needs you, not the version of you who is always waiting, not the version of you who keeps checking whether someone who hurt you has noticed your absence. Not the version of you who uses all her emotional intelligence to interpret someone else's avoidance. Your life needs the woman who can come home to herself, the woman who can say, I am still here. I am still capable of tenderness. I am still worthy of peace. I am still allowed to want love. I am still allowed to protect myself. I am still allowed to become someone I have not met yet. That last part matters. Because sometimes heartbreak makes a woman believe her best years were spent on someone who did not honor them. And that grief is real, especially for women who are not only mourning romance, but time invested, time waiting, time hoping, time explaining, time recovering, time they thought would be spent building a family, deepening a home, strengthening a future, becoming more secure, more loved, more seen. It can be painful to look at your age, your responsibilities, your body, your dreams, your fatigue, and think, how did I end up here again? Let that question be held gently, because starting over as a grown woman is not simple. It may involve practical fears, money, children, housing, family expectations, loneliness, trust, aging, the body, changing, the heart becoming careful, the fear that tenderness will not find you again. So do not shame yourself for feeling overwhelmed. You are not dramatic for grieving time. Lost time is one of the quietest heartbreaks. But hear this, the time ahead of you deserves more respect than being offered as a sacrifice to the time already gone. You cannot recover the years by returning to what drained them. You cannot honor your past self by continuing the pattern that exhausted her. You cannot prove the love was real by letting it keep consuming your future. At some point, the most loving thing you can do for the woman who waited is to stop making her wait. That is how you begin reclaiming time. Not by rushing, not by forcing a new life overnight, not by proving you are fine, but by no longer donating your present to someone who already mishandled your past. This may look very ordinary. You make an appointment you have been delaying. You rearrange your room. You stop rereading old messages. You reconnect with a friend you withdrew from. You take care of your body without treating it like a project for someone else's approval. You make one financial decision that protects your stability. You write down what you want your life to feel like 6 months from now. You practice being present for your children without silently bleeding through every moment. You allow yourself to dream again, even if the dream begins small. These are not small acts. They are declarations. They say, my life did not end where someone stopped choosing me. They say, I am allowed to rebuild without an apology. They say, I can grieve what happened and still become responsible for what happens next. And that responsibility is not blame. It is power. Blame says, this is your fault. Power says, this is now your life, and you are allowed to care for it. There is a difference. Do not confuse taking responsibility for your healing with taking responsibility for someone else's betrayal. You did not cause their dishonesty. You did not cause their silence. You did not cause their inability to love with maturity. You did not cause their refusal to choose clearly. But now you are the one who must protect the life that remains. And yes, that can feel unfair. It is unfair that the person who caused the wound may not help you heal it. It is unfair that they may move on while you are left repairing your nervous system. It is unfair that they may appear untouched while you are quietly learning how to sleep again. It is unfair that you may have to create your own closure from pieces they refuse to explain. But unfair does not mean impossible. You can heal without their help. You can become whole without their confession. You can find peace without their participation. Not instantly, not perfectly, but truly. A reflective question for this part of the journey is this: what would change if you stopped waiting for the person who wounded you to become the person who heals you? Sit with that. Because sometimes the heart keeps returning to the wound, hoping to find medicine there. But the same place that broke your clarity may not be the place that restores it. The same person who trained you to doubt yourself may not be the one who helps you trust yourself again. The same silence that created obsessive loops may not become the voice that gives you peace. So perhaps the work now is to stop seeking nourishment from the source of starvation. Not with hatred, with honesty. If love left you hungry, do not call the hunger devotion. If closeness cost you your peace, do not call the chaos passion. If someone's presence made you feel alive, but their inconsistency made you feel worthless, do not ignore half the truth to preserve the part you miss. You are strong enough now to hold the whole story. And the whole story is what will free you, because partial memory keeps you attached. Whole memory helps you discern. Remember the warmth, yes. But also remember the waiting. Remember the laughter, yes. But also remember the confusion. Remember the tenderness, yes. But also remember the nights you felt emotionally abandoned. Remember the promise, yes. But also remember the pattern. This is not bitterness. This is balanced truth. And balanced truth is how you stop romanticizing what hurt you. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. You are winning every time you hold the full truth without using it to hate yourself. You are winning every time you allow grief to pass through without letting it become your identity. You are winning every time you stop trying to earn clarity from someone committed to leaving you uncertain. You are winning every time you choose the slow, unglamorous work of returning to your own life. And maybe today your victory is not that you feel strong. Maybe today your victory is that you are finally willing to stop calling self-abandonment love. Maybe today your victory is that you can admit, I miss him, but I do not miss the woman I became while trying to keep him. That sentence can open a door because it reminds you that the goal is not simply to lose attachment to him. The goal is to regain attachment to yourself, to your voice, your intuition, your body, your peace, your future, your laughter, your discernment, your dignity, your inner home. And when you begin to come back to those things, you may discover that you are not becoming someone new as much as you are recovering someone true. Someone who existed before confusion trained her to shrink. Someone who knew how to trust herself before repeated disappointment made her question every feeling. Someone who could feel beauty without fear. Someone who did not treat love like a test she had to pass. Someone who did not believe she had to become smaller to be kept. She is still there. She may be tired. She may be cautious. She may need time, but she is not gone. And every honest step you take is bringing her closer to the surface. So tonight, if the battle returns, do not call yourself defeated. If you cry again, do not call yourself weak. If you miss him again, do not call yourself foolish. If you feel the old urge to explain, reach, prove, check, ask, or return, do not panic. Pause. Tell the truth. I am having a wave. This is not the whole ocean. Let that be enough for one moment, because healing is often built moment by moment before it becomes a season. One wave resisted, one truth remembered, one boundary kept, one shame interrupted, one breath returned to your own body. That is how a woman wins a battle no one can see. Not by never hurting, but by no longer letting the hurt decide who she becomes. There is another kind of battle no one sees. It is the battle between the woman you were in survival and the woman you are becoming in truth. The woman in survival learned how to explain too much. She learned how to wait too long. She learned how to make herself emotionally available even when she was emotionally starving. She learned how to read small changes in tone, how to sense distance before it was named, how to prepare her heart for disappointment while still hoping she was wrong. She became skilled at carrying pain quietly. She became skilled at being reasonable when she was hurt, skilled at softening her own needs so they would not sound like pressure, skilled at accepting partial affection because some part of her was afraid that asking for fullness would make everything disappear. And if you look back at her now, you may feel anger. You may want to ask her, why did you tolerate that? Why did you keep answering? Why did you keep hoping? Why did you keep making excuses? Why did you let someone make you feel so small? But please be careful with her. She was doing the best she could with the wounds she had, the hope she carried, the love she believed in, and the fear she did not yet know how to name. You do not heal by becoming cruel to the version of yourself who survived what you now understand. You heal by going back for her. You sit beside her in memory and say, I see why you stayed. I see how badly you wanted love to become honest. I see how tired you were. I see how lonely you felt. I see how deeply you wanted to be chosen without having to beg for it. That is not weakness. That is repair. Because many women cannot move forward because they are still at war with the woman who stayed. They punish her. They insult her. They replay her choices with harshness. They speak to her with the same contempt they once absorbed from someone else's carelessness. But shame cannot become a home. Shame may explain your pain, but it cannot restore your dignity. A deeper truth is this. The part of you that stayed too long is often the same part of you that loves deeply, forgives sincerely, hopes courageously, and believes people can become better than their worst patterns. That part of you does not need to be destroyed. It needs to be guided. It needs boundaries. It needs discernment. It needs the wisdom to understand that love can be generous without being blind. It needs to learn that patience is beautiful only when it does not require self-erasure. Because there is a kind of patience that honors love, and there is another kind of patience that slowly teaches you to abandon yourself. You may have called it loyalty. You may have called it grace. You may have called it understanding. You may have told yourself, I do not want to give up on someone I love, but at some point, not giving up on someone else became giving up on yourself. And that is the line healing helps you see. Not so you can hate yourself for crossing it, so you can recognize it sooner next time. The woman you are becoming does not need to be cold. She does not need to become suspicious of every kind word. She does not need to wear pain like armor and call it wisdom. She simply needs to stop abandoning her own reality in order to preserve someone else's comfort. That is where a mature woman's power begins. Not in revenge, not in proving anything, not in making someone regret losing her, but in finally becoming unavailable for emotional arrangements that require her to disappear. There is dignity in becoming unavailable to confusion, unavailable to half love, unavailable to private closeness with public uncertainty, unavailable to apologies that ask for access but refuse transformation, unavailable to the kind of affection that warms you for a moment and leaves you cold for weeks, unavailable to being someone's emotional shelter while they remain unwilling to build a safe place with you. This does not make you bitter. It makes you responsible for your own inner life. And responsibility, when it is rooted in tenderness, can become freedom. You begin to ask better questions. Not, how do I make him choose me? But why did I feel I had to convince someone to choose me at all? Not, what does she have that I do not? But why am I measuring my sacred worth against someone else's place in his unfinished story? Not, how do I get closure from him? But what truth is already available to me if I stop demanding that he speak it? Not, was I lovable enough? But was this love safe enough for the woman I am becoming? That last question can change your life. Because many women have been taught to focus on whether they are chosen, not whether the choice protects them. They ask, does he want me? Before asking, can his wanting become care? They ask, does he miss me? Before asking, did his presence bring peace? They ask, will he come back? Before asking, what would I have to betray in myself to let him return? Sometimes the most important question is not whether someone wants access to you. It is whether they have the maturity to honor the access they want. Because access to your heart is not a casual thing. Your tenderness is not a waiting room. Your body is not proof of loyalty. Your emotional labor is not an unlimited resource. Your forgiveness is not an invitation to repeat harm. Your hope is not a place for someone to hide from accountability. You are allowed to become sacred with yourself, not untouchable, not superior, not closed, sacred. Meaning you no longer hand your deepest softness to hands that have proven careless. Meaning you no longer mistake being desired for being valued. Meaning you no longer allow loneliness to negotiate the terms of your self-respect. Because loneliness can be persuasive. Loneliness can make an old message look warmer than it was. Loneliness can make inconsistency feel better than emptiness. Loneliness can convince you that a familiar wound is safer than an unfamiliar future. Loneliness can make you forget the nights you cried and remember only the moments he held you. So when loneliness comes, do not let it become your advisor. Let it become a visitor. Sit with it. Name it. Care for it. Say, I know you are here. I know you want comfort, but we are not going back to a place where comfort came with confusion. That is how you begin mothering your own heart. And many grown women need this more than they need another explanation. They need to stop abandoning themselves in the moments when loneliness gets loud. Because the test is not only what you believe when you feel strong. The test is what you choose when you feel vulnerable. When the night is long, when the bed feels too wide, when the memory returns, when your body misses what your spirit knows was unsafe, when you see his name, his picture, his world continuing without you, when you wonder whether you were too easy to forget. In those moments, do not rush to punish yourself for feeling. Healing is not failure. Missing is not surrender. Longing is not instruction. A wave is not a command. You can feel everything and still protect yourself. That is emotional maturity, not the absence of desire, the ability to honor truth while desire is still present. No one can see that battle. They cannot see how many times your hand almost reached for the phone. They cannot see the sentence you typed and deleted. They cannot see the way your chest tightened when you remembered the last good day. They cannot see the strength it took to let the urge pass through you without letting it lead you. But heaven and your own soul know when you choose yourself in silence. And there is grace in that. Not dramatic grace, not a promise that everything will suddenly make sense, but the quiet grace of becoming less available to what harms you. The quiet grace of seeing clearly without becoming cruel. The quiet grace of releasing someone without needing to erase what was tender. The quiet grace of saying, I love deeply, and now I will live wisely. That is not easy, because wisdom after heartbreak is often born through grief. You may have to grieve the version of love you thought you were receiving. You may have to grieve the apology that never came. You may have to grieve the years you spent explaining your worth to someone who treated clarity like pressure. You may have to grieve the way you lost yourself while trying to keep a connection alive. And grief, real grief, does not always look poetic. Sometimes it looks like irritability. Sometimes it looks like exhaustion. Sometimes it looks like forgetting simple things. Sometimes it looks like numbness. Sometimes it looks like crying in the car and then walking into the house like nothing happened. Sometimes it looks like being short with people who have no idea how much strength it took just to answer them. Be patient with the many faces of your grief. Your nervous system has been carrying more than your calendar shows. You may be functioning, but functioning is not the same as being fine. You may be productive, but productivity is not proof that the wound has closed. You may be smiling, but a smile can sometimes be the curtain a woman pulls over a private battlefield. And that battlefield deserves tenderness. So begin creating places where you do not have to perform. One honest conversation, one journal page, one prayer without polished words, one walk where you let yourself feel what you have been trying to manage, one quiet evening where you do not numb the ache with checking, scrolling, searching, comparing, or reopening the wound. Let there be a space in your life where your pain can tell the truth without being judged. Because pain that is always silenced becomes heavier. And pain that is heard with compassion can begin to soften. This does not mean you live inside the pain forever. It means you stop making your healing another performance. A mature woman does not need to prove she is healed by pretending she is untouched. She can say, I am better than I was, and some days still hurt. She can say, I have clarity, and I still grieve. She can say, I know I deserve peace, and I am still learning how to receive it. She can say, I am proud of myself, even though I am not finished. That is honest healing. And honest healing has more power than perfect language. There is a fresh reframing you may need now. You are not behind because healing is taking time. You are not behind because you still have questions. You are not behind because you still feel tenderness. You are not behind because your heart is slower than your mind. You are not behind because the wound touched older places. You are moving at the speed of repair. And repair is different from escape. Escape wants quick relief. Repair wants real wholeness. Escape says, distract yourself until you cannot feel it. Repair says, feel it safely so it no longer controls you. Escape says, replace the person. Repair says, recover the self. Escape says, prove you are desirable. Repair says, remember you were valuable before anyone desired you. Escape says, become untouchable. Repair says, become rooted. And you, dear woman, are being invited to become rooted. Rooted in truth, rooted in self-respect, rooted in the knowledge that your worth does not rise and fall with another person's capacity to love you well. Rooted in the understanding that being rejected by someone unavailable is not the same as being unworthy of devotion. A tree does not become worthless because someone stood beneath it and did not appreciate the shade. A house does not become less sacred because someone entered it carelessly. A heart does not become less worthy because someone took warmth from it without learning how to stay. You are still worthy, but not as a slogan. As a truth that must be practiced. You practice worth by how you speak to yourself. You practice worth by what you stop chasing. You practice worth by what access you revoke. You practice worth by how quickly you return to yourself after being triggered. You practice worth by refusing to make someone else's inconsistency the center of your life. Self-worth is not only a belief, it is a pattern of protection. It is the daily decision to stop partnering with what diminishes you. That may mean grieving some people. That may mean disappointing some expectations. That may mean facing loneliness without letting it choose for you. That may mean learning to be with yourself after years of trying to be enough for someone else. And at first, being with yourself may feel strange. Because when your emotional world has been organized around someone else's attention, your own presence can feel unfamiliar. You may not know what you like anymore. You may not know what calms you. You may not know what you want your evenings to feel like. You may not know how to rest without waiting for interruption. You may not know how to dream without attaching the dream to someone else. That is okay. Return is a practice. Start small. Ask yourself, what do I need today that does not depend on him? Not forever. Today, do I need water, a clean room, a vault, a boundary, a shower, A meal, a conversation, a nap, a page of truth written down, a moment outside where the sky reminds me that life is larger than this wound. These small acts are not distractions. They are threads. You are sewing yourself back into your own life. And maybe for a while, the stitches will be uneven. Let them be. A healing life does not have to look graceful every day. Some days, returning to yourself will look like crying and still not calling. Some days, it will look like deleting the picture again because you restored it once before. Some days, it will look like admitting you are jealous, hurt, angry, ashamed, lonely, and still trying. Some days, it will look like doing one responsible thing while your heart feels heavy. Do not despise small victories. Small victories are how wounded women become whole women again. Not by pretending, by returning. And perhaps the return is the real victory in this hidden battle. Not that you never think of him. Not that you never miss what was good. Not that you never cry. Not that you never wonder whether he understands what he lost, but that each time the old grief calls you back into self-abandonment, you answer with a little more truth. You say, I can miss the good without returning to the harm. You say, I can grieve the future without surrendering my future. You say, I can honor what I gave without staying attached to who mishandled it. You say, I can still be tender, but I will no longer be unprotected. That is how dignity becomes more than an idea. It becomes a way of moving, a way of choosing, a way of pausing before you explain yourself to someone who has already shown you they are not listening, a way of refusing the invitation to compete, compare, or collapse, a way of recognizing that someone else's new relationship does not erase the depth of what you lived. A way of accepting that being replaced quickly may say more about someone's avoidance than your value, because that pain can be sharp. Seeing someone move on quickly can make you question everything. Did I mean nothing? Was I easy to forget? Was the connection only real to me? How could they give to someone else what I begged for? How could they look peaceful while I am still gathering myself from the floor of what happened? These questions are human, but be careful. Do not mistake someone else's speed for someone else's healing. Some people move quickly because they are ready. Some people move quickly because they cannot be alone with themselves. Some people replace depth with distraction. Some people avoid grief by creating a new attachment before the truth can catch up with them. You do not know the whole story, and you do not need to. Your healing cannot be built around decoding their next chapter. The question is not whether they moved on. The question is whether you will keep abandoning your own life by watching theirs. That question may sting, but it can also set you free, because every time you study their life, you reopen the courtroom. You put yourself back on trial. You compare your body, your age, your softness, your timing, your history, your worth. You look for evidence that you were not enough. But you were never meant to find your value in the behavior of someone who already mishandled it. Close the courtroom. Step out of the trial. You do not need more evidence to prove you were hurt. You need more tenderness to help you heal. And tenderness now may look like discipline. Do not look. Do not check. Do not ask mutual people for updates. Do not feed your nervous system images that deepen the injury. Do not keep handing your peace to information that does not help you recover. That is not avoidance. That is protection. There is a difference between avoiding truth and avoiding unnecessary injury. Truth has already spoken. The pattern has already spoken. The silence has already spoken. The inconsistency has already spoken. Now, your job is not to keep collecting proof. Your job is to begin living as if the proof is enough. That is where many women struggle, not because they do not know the truth, but because the truth asks them to make choices that grief does not feel ready for. The truth asks you to stop waiting. The truth asks you to stop making excuses. The truth asks you to stop treating his potential like your responsibility. The truth asks you to stop calling your anxiety intuition when it is actually attachment trying to survive. The truth asks you to let the empty house be empty, to stop holding the key, to stop setting the table, to stop warming a room for a love that no longer arrives. And that can feel unbearable at first. But listen carefully. The emptiness you fear may become the space where your life returns. Not immediately, but eventually. The space once filled with waiting can become rest. The space once filled with checking can become presence. The space once filled with explaining can become silence that heals instead of silence that wounds. The space once filled with longing can become room for discernment, friendship, creativity, health, prayer, laughter, purpose, and new forms of tenderness that do not require you to betray yourself. But first, the space may simply feel empty. Let it. Do not rush to fill it with another unavailable person. Do not fill it with obsession. Do not fill it with revenge fantasies. Do not fill it with constant noise. Let the space be honest. Let it become a room where you meet yourself again. Ask yourself, who am I when I am not waiting to be chosen? That question may feel unfamiliar, but it is powerful. Who are you when your day is not organized around someone else's emotional temperature? Who are you when you are not trying to prove you are easy to love? Who are you when you are not shrinking your needs to fit inside someone's limitations? Who are you when you are allowed to want peace without apologizing for it? Perhaps you are still discovering her, the woman beneath the anxiety, the woman beneath the humiliation, the woman beneath the longing, the woman beneath the exhaustion, the woman beneath the story of being unchosen. She is not gone. She is waiting beneath the noise. And every boundary, every tear, every honest sentence, every small act of care, every refusal to return to confusion, every moment you choose reality over fantasy brings her closer. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. You are winning because you are learning that being soft does not require being available to harm. You are winning because you are learning that grief can be honored without being obeyed. You are winning because you are learning that closure can begin inside you before anyone else gives you an ending. You are winning because you are learning to stop treating longing as evidence that the relationship was right. You are winning because you are learning to choose yourself without becoming cruel. And that is one of the most beautiful forms of strength. The kind that does not need an audience. The kind that does not need revenge. The kind that does not need to announce itself. The kind that simply keeps returning to truth again and again and again, until one day the battle that once consumed your whole inner life becomes a memory of how far you have come. There is a kind of healing that does not feel like becoming stronger. It feels like becoming honest enough to stop confusing endurance with love. For a long time, you may have believed that if you could just endure more patiently, explain more gently, forgive more quickly, understand more deeply, and love more faithfully, the relationship would finally become what your heart needed it to be. You may have believed your pain was just part of the process. You may have told yourself that every relationship has hard seasons, and that is true. Every meaningful relationship will face tension, misunderstanding, disappointment, and repair. But there is a difference between a hard season and a harmful pattern. A hard season still contains mutual care. A harmful pattern keeps asking one person to carry the emotional weight alone. A hard season has discomfort, but also accountability. A harmful pattern has apologies without change, closeness without clarity, affection without consistency, and promises that keep your hope alive while your peace slowly disappears. A hard season can be survived together. A harmful pattern is survived alone. And many women do not realize they were surviving alone until the relationship ends and their body finally collapses under the weight it had been carrying. This is why you may feel more exhausted after leaving than you felt while staying. Wow! You were inside it. You were operating in survival mode. You were managing the distance, managing the silence, managing your reactions, managing the hope, managing his moods, managing the fear that if you said too much, asked too much, needed too much, the fragile thread between you would break. But now that the thread has broken, your body is no longer busy holding it together. So everything rises: the grief, the anger, the humiliation, the confusion, the delayed realization, the memories you minimized, the truths you swallowed, the exhaustion you called patience. Do not mistake this collapse for failure. Sometimes the body only begins to tell the truth when it is finally safe enough to stop pretending. A deeper truth is this: some women are not weak after heartbreak. They are finally feeling what they were too busy surviving to feel. That is why you may be surprised by the intensity of your own emotions. You may think, why am I crying now? Why does it hurt more now that I know the truth? Why do I feel worse after choosing myself? Why do I miss someone who made me feel so unseen? Because truth does not immediately remove attachment. Truth simply removes the illusion that attachment was enough. And when illusion falls, grief enters with all the belongings it had been storing outside the door. It brings the birthday you thought he would remember, the future you quietly imagined, the apology you rehearsed in your mind, the messages you waited for, the nights you slept beside loneliness, the years you spent hoping the same person who wounded you would become the one who finally made you feel safe. That grief is heavy, but it is also honest. And honest grief, though painful, is cleaner than the confusion you were living inside before. Confusion keeps you reaching. Grief teaches you to release. Confusion says, maybe there is still something I can do. Grief says something real has ended, even if I did not receive a proper ending. Confusion says, maybe he will finally explain. Grief says, I may have to heal without the explanation I deserved. Confusion says, maybe I can become easier to choose. Grief says, I was never meant to become smaller to become lovable. This is where your inner battle begins changing shape. At first, the battle was to survive his absence. Now the battle is to stop abandoning yourself in response to it. That means you must become careful with the stories you tell yourself. Because after betrayal, the mind can become a harsh storyteller. It may say, he left because you were not enough. It may say, he chose someone else because she has something you do not. It may say, you are too old to begin again. It may say, you wasted your best years. It may say, no one will want a woman with this much history, this much hurt, this much caution. Those are not truths. Those are wounds speaking in the language of fear. And wounds can sound convincing when they echo old pain. But you do not have to build your future on the voice of your injury. You can listen with compassion and still refuse to obey. When the wound says you were not chosen because you were not worthy, you can answer, being chosen by someone unable to love well would not have made me more worthy. It would only have kept me longer in a place that was already hurting me. When the wound says you lost too much time, you can answer, I cannot reclaim the years by sacrificing the years ahead. When the wound says, you should have known better, you can answer, I know better now, and I will use that knowledge with mercy. When the wound says, you are alone, you can answer, I am lonely, but I am also returning to myself. This is not pretending. This is retraining the inner voice that betrayal tried to distort. Because if you are not careful, the person who hurt you can continue living inside your self-talk long after they are gone. They may no longer be in your house, no longer in your bed, no longer in your messages, no longer in your daily routine. But their absence can still become the lens through which you see yourself. That is why healing requires you to reclaim your inner authority. Your worth cannot be decided by the one who did not protect it. Your beauty cannot be measured by the one who failed to honor it. Your future cannot be reduced to the chapter where someone left you in confusion. Your capacity to love cannot be judged by someone who received your tenderness without becoming trustworthy. You are more than the way you were treated. But you may have to repeat that truth slowly until your body believes it again. Not as a slogan, as a practice. You practice it when you stop checking for proof that he remembers you. You practice it when you refuse to compare yourself to whoever came after you. You practice it when you no longer interpret his silence as a measurement of your value. You practice it when you let yourself rest instead of mentally arguing with someone who is not even present. You practice it when you choose one act of care that says, I am still worth tending to. A reflective question may meet you here. What would it look like to treat your own heart as something worthy of protection, not just something capable of endurance? Because perhaps you have been proud of how much you can endure. You can endure silence. You can endure uncertainty. You can endure disappointment. You can endure being misunderstood. You can endure emotional distance. You can endure being the strong one, the patient one, the graceful one, the one who keeps functioning. But endurance is not always proof of love. Sometimes endurance is proof that you have become too accustomed to being undernourished. And healing may ask you to stop measuring your strength by how much pain you can carry. Maybe strength now is not carrying more. Maybe strength now is setting down what was never yours to carry. His avoidance, his inconsistency, his mixed signals, his inability to communicate honestly, his fear of accountability, his comfort with ambiguity, his choice to receive love without offering safety. You can acknowledge these things without becoming hateful. You can say that was his work and he did not do it. And then you can say, my work is to stop making his unfinished work my identity. That is a sacred separation. It is where your healing becomes cleaner, because many women suffer not only from the loss, but from carrying responsibility that does not belong to them. They carry the responsibility for why he changed, why he withdrew, why he lied, why he did not choose clearly, why he gave mixed signals, why he moved on, why he avoided the conversation, why he could offer tenderness but not consistency. And while honest self-reflection is necessary, self-blame is not the same as growth. Growth asks, what can I learn? Self-blame asks, how can I make all of this my fault so I can feel some illusion of control? That is important. Sometimes blaming yourself feels safer than accepting that someone else was careless with your heart. Because if it was all your fault, then maybe you could have prevented it. If you had been quieter, more patient, less emotional, more exciting, more beautiful, more independent, more available, less available, more understanding, less wounded. But love that requires you to constantly redesign yourself to avoid abandonment is not safe love. It is emotional instability dressed as challenge. And you are allowed to stop auditioning for care. You are allowed to stop presenting new versions of yourself to someone who already showed you they could not honor the real one. This does not mean you stop growing. It means you stop growing in the direction of someone else's neglect. You grow toward truth, toward peace, toward self-respect, toward a love that does not demand your disappearance, toward a life where your nervous system is not constantly bracing for the next withdrawal, because there is a life beyond bracing. It may not feel close yet, but it exists. A life where your phone is not a source of dread. A life where silence is not punishment. A life where you do not have to decode affection. A life where you are not kept emotionally suspended between hope and humiliation. A life where love does not feel like standing outside a locked door, holding flowers for someone who may or may not open it. That life begins with decisions that may feel painful at first. No more emotional begging. No more chasing clarity from someone invested in confusion. No more treating mixed signals as mystery. No more confusing access with intimacy. No more returning to the empty house just because you still remember when it felt warm. And yes, this will grieve you, because boundaries often separate you not only from the person, but from the fantasy. The fantasy that one more conversation will fix it. The fantasy that if he sees you hurting, he will finally understand. The fantasy that if you become quiet enough, he will miss your voice. The fantasy that if you become distant enough, he will suddenly value your presence. The fantasy that your absence will teach him what your love could not. Maybe it will. Maybe it will not. But your healing cannot depend on being someone else's lesson. Your freedom cannot depend on whether he regrets losing you. Your dignity cannot depend on whether he looks back. You must look forward, even while tears are still in your eyes. That is not easy, but it is possible. And every time you do it, you are winning. No one sees the battle when you choose not to use your absence as a strategy to be chased. No one sees the battle when you decide that healing is not another way of trying to become irresistible to the person who hurt you. No one sees the battle when you stop performing strength in hopes that he will notice what he lost. There is a stage of heartbreak where even healing can secretly be aimed at him. You want to glow so he regrets. You want to move on so he wonders. You want to become untouchable so he feels the distance. You want to be seen doing well so the person who made you feel small must confront your worth. That desire is understandable, but eventually healing asks for a deeper freedom. A freedom where your recovery is not a message to him. It is a return to you. You are not healing to become evidence. You are healing to become whole. You are not becoming peaceful so someone else can feel guilty. You are becoming peaceful because your nervous system deserves rest. You are not rebuilding your beauty so someone regrets failing to see it. You are rebuilding your relationship with your body because it carried you through private storms. You are not reclaiming your life to prove that you were worth choosing. You are reclaiming your life because you were always worth belonging to yourself. This is a powerful turning point. The moment your healing is no longer centered on the person who broke your peace. The moment you stop asking, will he notice? And begin asking, do I feel more at home in myself today? The moment you stop wondering, does he miss me? And begin wondering, what part of my life have I missed while missing him? That question can open a hidden door. What did you stop enjoying? Who did you stop calling? What dream did you postpone? What part of your body did you stop caring for? What part of your home began reflecting your grief? What part of your spirit became quiet because all your energy went into managing someone else's inconsistency? These questions are not meant to overwhelm you. They are invitations, not to rebuild everything in one day, but to begin noticing where your life has been waiting for you. Maybe your creativity has been waiting. Maybe your friendships have been waiting. Maybe your health has been waiting. Maybe your prayer life has been waiting. Maybe your laughter has been waiting. Maybe your confidence has been waiting. Maybe the simple pleasure of waking up without dread has been waiting. And perhaps you are still too tired to run toward those things. That is all right. Walk, crawl if you must, but do not turn back toward the place that taught you to disappear. A woman returning to herself does not always move quickly. Sometimes she moves like someone carrying fragile glass, carefully, slowly, with trembling hands, with respect for what broke and what survived. There is no shame in that. The fact that you are moving at all matters, because grief can make stillness feel permanent. It can make you believe you will always ache this way, always remember this way, always compare, always wonder, always feel the sting of being unchosen. But feelings are not prophecies. The intensity of today's pain is not a prediction of tomorrow's life. Just because your heart is loud right now does not mean it will always control the room. Healing is often happening before it feels believable. Roots grow underground before the tree shows strength. Wounds close beneath the surface before the skin looks different. A woman becomes whole inside herself before the world notices she has changed. So do not measure your progress only by how you feel in your hardest moments. Measure it also by what you no longer do. You no longer explain as much. You no longer chase as quickly. You no longer ignore your intuition as easily. You no longer romanticize every memory without remembering the pattern. You no longer call yourself worthless just because someone failed to value you properly. You no longer let one person's inability to choose you erase the evidence of your own depth. That is progress. Quiet progress is still progress. And sometimes quiet progress is the most sacred kind because it is not performed for applause. It is not dependent on praise. It is not built for an audience. It is built in the privacy of your own becoming. Maybe today, you are learning to be kind to the woman who still has questions. Maybe today, you are learning that not every question deserves another conversation. Some questions are answered by patterns. Some questions are answered by absence. Some questions are answered by repeated neglect. Some questions are answered by the way you felt when you were with him. Did you feel safe to be fully yourself? Did you feel chosen without needing to compete with uncertainty? Did you feel emotionally held or emotionally managed? Did you feel like a woman being loved or like a woman trying to keep love from disappearing? The body often knows before the mind is ready. Maybe your shoulders were always tense. Maybe your sleep was disturbed. Maybe your appetite changed. Maybe you became quieter. Maybe you checked your phone with anxiety instead of joy. Maybe you felt relief when he was warm and panic when he was distant. Maybe your peace depended too much on someone who was inconsistent with it. That was information. And now healing asks you to respect the information you once had to ignore. This is part of rebuilding self-trust. Self-trust does not return by never making mistakes again. It returns when you stop betraying yourself after you have been shown the truth. It returns when you listen to discomfort sooner. When you stop arguing with your intuition. When you stop asking your heart to survive what your spirit already knows is unsafe. When you stop letting someone's potential silence the evidence of their pattern. Self-trust returns when you become a safe place for your own truth. That means you do not punish yourself for noticing red flags. You do not shame yourself for needing reassurance. You do not call yourself dramatic for sensing distance. You do not gaslight yourself into accepting what hurts simply because the other person says you are too sensitive. A woman who has been emotionally neglected often learns to doubt her own perception. So now you practice believing yourself, not recklessly, wisely. You ask, what am I seeing? What am I feeling? What has been repeated? What has been promised? What has actually changed? What does my body know that my longing keeps editing? These questions help you return to reality. And reality is where healing can finally breathe. Because longing lives in what might be. Reality lives in what is. Longing says he could become different. Reality says, what has he consistently chosen? Longing says, maybe he did not mean to hurt me. Reality says, what happened to me when I stayed? Longing says, the connection was special. Reality says, was it safe? Longing says, I cannot let go. Reality says, I can release one thread at a time. You do not have to release everything today. You only have to stop tightening your grip around what is cutting you. That may be enough for now. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. You are winning when you choose not to confuse pain with destiny. You are winning when you stop calling emotional starvation a lesson in patience. You are winning when you stop asking your nervous system to survive on uncertainty. You are winning when you finally admit that the relationship may have contained love, but it did not contain enough safety to keep sacrificing yourself. And maybe that admission is the bridge between the woman who survived and the woman who will live. The woman who survived says, I can take it. The woman who will live says, I no longer have to. The woman who survives says, maybe if I hold on, it will change. The woman who will live says, I can love myself enough to stop waiting for change that never becomes care. The woman who survives says, I do not want to lose him. The woman who will live says, I cannot keep losing me. And there it is, the truth beneath so many tears. You did not only lose a person, you lost pieces of yourself trying not to lose them. Now the work is to gather those pieces with tenderness, not all at once, piece by piece. Your voice, your rest, your appetite, your laughter, your standards, your intuition, your confidence, your ability to imagine a future not centered around someone else's uncertainty. Gather them slowly, call them back. Let your life become a place where your own soul can return without fear. Because you are not only healing from what happened, you are becoming someone who will not abandon herself the same way again. That is winning. Even if no one sees it, even if your voice shakes, even if you still cry, even if your progress feels invisible. Every honest step back to yourself counts. And tonight, if all you can do is breathe through the ache without betraying your boundary, let that be enough. That breath is not nothing. That breath is a woman choosing life after being emotionally left for dead. That breath is a woman saying, I am still here. That breath is a woman beginning again. There is a quiet grief that comes when a woman realizes she was not only waiting for someone to love her, she was waiting for permission to stop hurting, waiting for him to explain, waiting for him to understand, waiting for him to admit what he did, waiting for him to say the words that would finally allow her heart to rest. And this is one of the cruelest parts of being left without closure. You begin to feel as if your healing is locked behind a door only the person who hurt you can open. You think, if he would just tell the truth, I could breathe. If he would just apologize, I could move forward. If he would just admit I mattered, I could stop feeling so foolish. If he would just explain why he changed, I could stop replaying everything. But sometimes the person who wounded you does not have the maturity, courage, or emotional honesty to hand you the key. And if you keep waiting for them to unlock your peace, you may spend years standing outside your own life. That is why healing eventually asks something painful and powerful of you. It asks you to stop making closure dependent on the person who benefited from leaving things unclear. This does not mean your questions were unreasonable. They were not. You deserved honesty. You deserved care. You deserved a conversation that did not make you feel like a burden for needing truth. You deserve to be treated as a woman with a heart, a history, a body, a future, and a life that deserved respect. But not everyone gives what is deserved. And one of the deepest forms of maturity is learning to stop negotiating with reality simply because reality hurts. Reality may be saying, he did not give you closure. And your longing may be saying, but maybe one day he will. Reality may be saying, he avoided accountability. And your hope may be saying, but maybe he finally understands now. Reality may be saying, he chose silence when honesty was needed. And your wound may be saying, maybe if I explain it one more time, he will see. But there is dignity in no longer pleading with someone to recognize pain they helped create. There is dignity in saying, I wanted an answer from you, but I will not let the absence of your answer become the prison of my life. That sentence may not erase the ache, but it begins to loosen the chain. Because closure is not always a final conversation. Sometimes closure is the moment you stop needing someone else's honesty in order to honor your own. Sometimes closure is saying the pattern was the answer. Sometimes closure is saying their silence showed me what their words refused to say. Sometimes closure is saying, I do not need to be understood by the person who kept making my pain negotiable. Sometimes closure is saying, I can grieve what I wanted without returning to what hurt me. This is not easy. It may feel unfair because it is unfair. It is unfair that you may have to build peace from pieces someone else scattered. It is unfair that you may have to calm a nervous system you did not disturb alone. It is unfair that you may have to explain to yourself what someone else refused to explain to you. It is unfair that you may have to carry the repair while they carry none of the visible consequences. But unfair does not mean impossible. And injustice does not have to become identity. You can acknowledge the unfairness without letting it become the only story you live inside. A deeper truth is this. If you wait for someone who avoids truth to give you peace, you are asking a locked door to become a home. And you were not made to live outside yourself. You were not made to keep standing at the edge of someone's silence, holding your pain like a letter they keep refusing to read. You were not made to keep asking, do you finally see me? Especially when your own soul has been seeing the truth for a long time. Maybe your body knew before your mouth could say it. Maybe your chest tightened when he became distant. Maybe your stomach dropped when a message went unanswered. Maybe your sleep changed. Maybe your intuition kept whispering, something is not right here, while your hope kept saying, give it more time. Maybe you kept trying to stitch meaning over wounds caused by refusal, not confusion. Maybe you were not confused because the truth was absent. Maybe you were confused because the truth was painful. And the heart will sometimes choose confusion over grief because confusion still feels like possibility. Grief feels like an ending. Confusion says, maybe. Grief says no more. Confusion says, if I understand him better, I can survive this. Grief says, understanding him will not restore what his behavior destroyed. Confusion says, there must be another explanation. Grief says, the explanation may not change the reality. And this is why allowing yourself to grieve is such an act of courage. Grief means you are no longer using uncertainty to avoid the truth. You are no longer keeping the door cracked open just because closing it feels final. You are no longer treating potential like evidence. You are no longer dragging an unanswered goodbye through the rooms of your mind and calling it hope. You are beginning to understand that hope must also be honest. Hope is beautiful when it helps you live. But hope becomes harmful when it asks you to ignore reality in order to keep longing alive. Hope that requires self-betrayal is not hope anymore. It is attachment wearing a softer name. And a woman can honor her hope without obeying it. You can say, I hoped this would become love. You can say, I hoped he would choose me clearly. You can say, I hoped the tenderness meant commitment. You can say, I hoped the apology would turn into change. You can say, I hoped the story would end differently. And then you can also say, but hope cannot be the only evidence I live by. That is emotional clarity. And emotional clarity may hurt at first because it removes the shelter of illusion. But eventually, it becomes protection. It protects you from returning to half love. It protects you from negotiating with silence. It protects you from mistaking longing for instruction. It protects you from giving someone more access than their behavior has earned. It protects you from calling emotional hunger destiny. There is a question worth asking with tenderness. What has your longing asked you to ignore? Did it ask you to ignore inconsistency? Did it ask you to ignore your own exhaustion? Did it ask you to ignore the way you became smaller? Did it ask you to ignore the way you stopped feeling like yourself? Did it ask you to ignore the fact that you were always explaining pain to someone who kept repeating it? This question is not meant to shame you. It is meant to bring your vision back. Because longing can blur the eyes. It can make a woman see a promise where there was only possibility. It can make her see devotion where there was only access. It can make her see love where there was only dependence, habit, attraction, comfort, or fear of loneliness. And when she finally sees clearly, she may feel humiliated. She may think, how did I not know? But the better question is, what did I need so badly that I was willing to keep hoping against the evidence? That question is not punishment. It is revelation. Maybe you needed safety. Maybe you needed to feel chosen. Maybe you needed to believe the years meant something. Maybe you needed to feel that your loyalty had not been wasted. Maybe you needed to finally be the woman someone stayed for. There is no shame in those needs. They are human. But healing begins when you stop letting a legitimate need lead you back to an illegitimate source. You may need love, but not from someone who makes love feel like anxiety. You may need tenderness, but not from someone whose tenderness disappears when responsibility appears. You may need closure, but not from someone who uses silence as protection from accountability. You may need validation, but not from someone who benefits when you doubt yourself. You may need comfort, but not from the same hands that keep reopening the wound. This is how self-respect becomes practical. It is not only a feeling, it becomes a filter. It asks, does this choice return me to myself, or does it pull me back into self-abandonment? Before you send the message, ask that. Before you check the page, ask that. Before you answer the late night text, ask that. Before you accept the apology without changed behavior, ask that. Before you let nostalgia rewrite the story, ask that. Does this return me to myself? Or does this pull me back into the version of me who kept begging confusion to become clarity? That one question can protect you when your emotions are loud. Because emotions are real, but they are not always reliable guides. A craving can be real and still lead you toward harm. Loneliness can be real and still exaggerate the safety of what hurt you. Missing someone can be real and still not mean they belong in your life. Love can be real and still not be enough to make a relationship healthy. This is one of the hardest truths for a grown woman to accept, because she may have been taught that love conquers everything. But mature love knows that love without respect becomes suffering. Love without honesty becomes confusion. Love without consistency becomes anxiety. Love without accountability becomes a wound that keeps asking for forgiveness while refusing to heal. So perhaps the question is no longer, did I love him? Of course you did. The question is, did that love have a safe place to live? Because love cannot thrive in a place where truth is avoided. Love cannot breathe where one person is always guessing. Love cannot become a home when one heart is building and the other is only visiting. Love cannot mature when accountability is treated like an attack. And a woman cannot keep calling it love if it keeps requiring her to disappear. That does not mean what you felt was meaningless. It means what you felt needed conditions the relationship did not provide. Your love was real, but the container was unsafe. And when something sacred is placed in an unsafe container, it can spill everywhere. Into your sleep, into your appetite, into your confidence, into your work, into your motherhood, into your friendships, into the way you see your body, into the way you speak to yourself. That is why the repair must be tender and deliberate. You are not only getting over someone, you are gathering the parts of your life where the wound leaked. You are recovering the mornings, the attention, the appetite, the trust, the voice, the feminine softness that does not want to become hard but knows it cannot remain unguarded. And this recovery may be slow. Some days you will feel strong enough to make plans. Other days you will be surprised by a memory and feel as if the ground shifts beneath you again. Do not let those days convince you that nothing is changing. Healing is not proven by never hurting. Healing is proven by how you respond to the hurt differently. Before, a wave of grief may have sent you back into searching. Now, perhaps it sends you into breathing. Before, a moment of loneliness may have made you reach out. Now, perhaps it makes you put your hand on your heart and say, I will stay with myself. Before, an old memory may have convinced you the relationship was better than it was. Now, perhaps you allow the memory to exist beside the full truth. Before, his silence may have made you question your worth. Now, perhaps you say, his silence belongs to his character, not my value. That is progress. Quiet, private, uncelebrated, but real. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. You are winning when you do not use loneliness as permission to return. You are winning when you stop arguing with the pattern. You are winning when you let a memory be tender without letting it become a doorway. You are winning when you hold your own hand through the urge to be chosen by someone who already showed you the limits of their love. And perhaps the most beautiful part of this hidden victory is that you are not becoming less loving. You are becoming less self-abandoning. There is a difference. You can still be warm, but now your warmth has wisdom. You can still be forgiving, but now your forgiveness has boundaries. You can still be hopeful, but now your hope has eyes. You can still be tender, but now your tenderness has a door. And only those who honor the home may enter. This is not arrogance. This is stewardship. Your heart is not a public place where anyone may come and go, taking comfort and leaving confusion. Your heart is a living thing. It needs honesty. It needs safety. It needs consistency. It needs rest. It needs truth. It needs time to trust again. And you are allowed to become careful with what is living. There is a sacred responsibility in that. Not the kind that makes you afraid, the kind that makes you attentive. You begin paying attention to how people make you feel after they leave. Do you feel peaceful or anxious? Seen or managed? Respected or negotiated with? Clear or confused? More yourself or less? You begin trusting consistency more than intensity, because intensity can feel like depth when you have been starving, but consistency is what allows the heart to rest. Someone can create powerful feelings and still not create safety. Someone can awaken longing and still not be capable of love. Someone can touch old wounds and make the connection feel faded, when in truth, it is familiar. That is why discernment matters. Discernment does not kill romance. It protects reality. It asks, is this person capable of caring for what they awaken in me? That question is wise, because not everyone who awakens your heart is prepared to honor it. Not everyone who desires your presence respects your personhood. Not everyone who misses you is ready to love you. Not everyone who returns comes back transformed. Sometimes they return because they miss the comfort, not because they are ready for the responsibility. And you must be careful not to mistake being missed for being valued. Being missed can still be selfish. A person can miss your warmth, your attention, your forgiveness, your availability, your body, your listening, your patience, your emotional labor, and still not be willing to love you in a way that protects you. So if they return, do not only listen to the words, watch the weight. Is there accountability? Is there changed behavior? Is there humility? Is there respect for the pain caused? Is there patience with your healing? Is there willingness to rebuild trust slowly? Is there clarity instead of pressure? Or is there only emotion? Because emotion without responsibility can reopen the wound beautifully. And a beautiful reopening is still a wound. You deserve more than being pulled back into the same cycle with softer language. You deserve truth that has learned how to behave differently. And until that exists, distance may be the most loving thing you offer yourself. Distance is not hatred. Distance is where your nervous system learns that it no longer has to live in reaction. Distance is where your intuition becomes audible again. Distance is where you begin noticing what the connection cost you. Distance is where the fantasy loses some of its power. Distance is where you recover your appetite for your own life. And yes, distance may hurt, but some pain heals and some pain repeats. The pain of distance may heal you. The pain of returning to the same uncertainty may keep repeating until you finally believe what the pattern has been telling you. A deeper truth for this season is this: not every ache is a sign you are losing. Some aches are signs that you are withdrawing from what once controlled you. Withdrawal hurts. Even when the relationship was unhealthy, even when you know better, even when your mind is clear, because the body remembers patterns before it trusts freedom. The body remembers waiting. It remembers the emotional highs. It remembers the relief after distance. It remembers the longing, the anxiety, the small rewards, the fragile hope. So when you stop participating, the body may ask for the old cycle, not because the cycle was good, because the cycle was known. Be gentle with yourself here. You are not craving destruction. You are craving familiarity, comfort, relief, recognition, and the temporary calm that came when uncertainty briefly turned warm. But temporary calm is not the same as peace. And you are learning to choose peace even when calm would be easier for the moment. That is an unseen victory. A victory no one may understand unless they have had to love someone and still walk away for the sake of their own soul. It takes strength to stay away from what you still want. It takes maturity to admit that desire alone is not direction. It takes self-respect to say, my longing is real, but so is the harm. It takes courage to stop bargaining with pain. So if today is difficult, do not make it mean you are failing. Maybe today is one of the days your old attachment is fighting for survival. Maybe today is one of the days your grief is loud. Maybe today is one of the days your mind is trying to reopen the case. Let it be a difficult day without letting it become a destructive day. You can cry without contacting. You can miss without returning. You can shake without surrendering. You can remember without romanticizing. You can feel weak without making weak choices. That is power. Not the power of never hurting. The power of no longer letting hurt command your life. And as you practice this, something within you will begin to change. You will become less impressed by mixed signals, less hungry for small signs, less willing to treat confusion like chemistry, less available to people who want your softness without your standards, less afraid of silence because you are no longer using silence as proof of your worth. You will begin to recognize that peace has a different texture. It is not as dramatic as longing. It does not always create the same rush. It may even feel boring at first. But peace does not leave you bleeding. Peace does not make you question your dignity. Peace does not ask you to decode your place in someone's life. Peace does not punish you for having needs. Peace does not turn love into a puzzle where your heart is always trying to solve what someone else refuses to say. Peace allows you to breathe. And after everything you have carried, breathing is not a small thing. Breathing without dread. Breathing without waiting. Breathing without rehearsing. Breathing without needing a message to regulate your body. Breathing because you are finally beginning to live from your own center again. This is what you are moving toward. Not perfection, peace. Not numbness, peace. Not forgetting, peace. Not never loving again, peace. And peace may come quietly. It may come as one evening where you realize you did not think of him for an hour. It may come as one morning where your first thought is not pain. It may come as one moment when you feel the sun on your face and remember that your body still belongs to life. It may come as one sentence in your journal. I am not where I want to be, but I am not where I was. That is enough. Let enough be enough sometimes. You do not have to turn every day into evidence of complete healing. Some days are simply for not going backward. Some days are for washing your face, drinking water, answering one necessary message, closing the door to what hurts, and resting. Some days, winning looks ordinary, but ordinary survival with dignity is still holy work. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. You are winning in the quiet decision not to chase, in the breath you take before reacting, in the way you now pause when longing tries to rewrite the story, in the way you protect your peace even when the old part of you wants familiar chaos, in the way you stop asking to be chosen by someone who made you feel disposable, and the way you begin choosing the woman who remained after everything fell apart. And maybe she is not fully strong yet. Maybe she is still tender. Maybe she still cries. Maybe she still has days where she misses the illusion as much as the person, but she is here. She is listening. She is learning. She is returning. And that is enough for today. There is a stage of healing where a woman begins to feel the difference between being wanted and being valued. And that difference can be painful to admit, because sometimes he did want you. He wanted your warmth, your softness, your loyalty, your listening, your patience, your understanding, your body, your forgiveness, your ability to make him feel less alone. He may have wanted the way you made life feel gentler. He may have wanted the comfort of knowing you were there. He may have wanted the door open, the table set, the emotional light left on. But wanting is not always honoring. A person can want the fruit of your love without wanting the responsibility of tending the tree. A person can want your presence without making space for your dignity. A person can want your comfort without protecting your heart. A person can want access to you without becoming accountable to you. And when a woman begins to see this clearly, it can feel like another layer of grief, because part of her remembers the moments when she did feel desired. The look, the touch, the late conversation, the sudden tenderness, the little phrases that made her think, maybe this is real. Maybe he does see me. Maybe this will finally become safe. And those moments were powerful. But powerful moments do not always create a truthful pattern. That is one of the hardest lessons after emotional abandonment. A relationship can contain real tenderness and still not contain real commitment. There can be affection without devotion, chemistry without care, longing without loyalty. apology without repair, desire without protection. And once you understand that, you stop asking only, did he feel something? Maybe he did. The deeper question is, did what he felt become responsibility? Because mature love is not measured only by emotion. It is measured by what a person is willing to protect, clarify, honor, and carry with consistency. A grown woman cannot live on being wanted in fragments. She needs to be valued in wholeness, not only when she is pleasant, not only when she is understanding, not only when she is giving, not only when she is quiet about what hurts, not only when her needs do not interrupt someone else's comfort. She deserves to be valued when she speaks the truth, when she asks for clarity, when she has limits, when she is tired, when she no longer wants to perform ease while carrying private grief. And perhaps that is what you are learning now. You are learning that being desired is not the same as being cherished. Being remembered is not the same as being respected. Being missed is not the same as being chosen. Being needed is not the same as being loved. That last truth can touch something deep, because many women have mistaken being needed for being loved. They became the safe place, the understanding one, the patient one, the one who listened when everyone else was gone, the one who accepted the complicated story, the one who saw the wounded boy inside the grown man and believed love could reach him. And maybe your compassion was real. Maybe you truly saw his pain. But seeing someone's wound does not mean you have to live inside the consequences of it. You can have compassion for why someone became emotionally unavailable and still refuse to let their unavailability consume your life. You can understand someone's fear and still not let that fear dictate the terms of your heart. You can see someone's brokenness and still say, I cannot become the place where your brokenness keeps breaking me. That is not a lack of love. That is the beginning of self-respect. A deeper truth is this. Some women confuse emotional responsibility with love because they have always been the ones who could hold more pain, more silence, more waiting, more explanation, more disappointment, more complexity. They became good at carrying what others refused to carry. But capacity is not obligation. Just because you can endure emotional weight does not mean the weight belongs to you. Just because you can understand someone deeply does not mean you must keep forgiving what remains unchanged. Just because you can love through difficulty does not mean you should stay where difficulty becomes your identity. There is a difference between a love that asks you to grow and a love that asks you to disappear. Growth expands you. Self-abandonment erases you. Growth may challenge you, but it does not make you feel chronically unsafe. Self-abandonment teaches you to ignore the trembling in your own body. Growth asks for honesty. Self-abandonment asks for silence. Growth makes space for repair. Self-abandonment keeps you hoping that pain will eventually be rewarded. And now, perhaps you are learning to identify that difference not only in your mind, but in your body. Your body remembers. It remembers the tightness in your chest when he withdrew, the way your stomach sank when you sensed distance, the way your breathing changed when you waited for a reply, the way your sleep broke into pieces, the way your appetite disappeared or became the only comfort you could find, the way your shoulders carried tension from conversations that never became clear. For a long time, you may have ignored those signals because your hope was louder than your body. But your body was not betraying you. It was trying to protect you. It was saying something here is costing us peace. And healing means you begin listening sooner, not with fear, with respect. You begin to trust the quiet wisdom that says, I do not feel safe here. I feel smaller around this person. I am always waiting for the next shift. I am explaining more than I am being heard. I am attached, but I am not at rest. That final sentence carries so much truth because attachment is not the same as rest. You can be deeply attached to someone who keeps you unsettled. You can crave someone whose presence does not make you safe. You can miss someone whose love trained your nervous system to brace. And the presence of attachment does not prove the presence of love. Sometimes it proves repetition. Sometimes it proves emotional hunger. Sometimes it proves that a wound found a familiar rhythm. This does not mean you should judge yourself. It means you should become curious enough to heal honestly. Ask yourself gently, what did this connection awaken in me? Did it awaken peace or panic? Did it awaken self-trust or self-doubt? Did it bring me closer to my dignity or farther from myself? Did I feel loved or did I feel addicted to being reassured? These questions may not be easy, but they are merciful because they help you stop mistaking intensity for intimacy. Intensity can arrive quickly. It can feel like destiny. It can make an ordinary day feel electric. It can make a woman believe that what is powerful must also be meaningful, and what is meaningful must also be safe. But intimacy is slower. Intimacy is built by consistency, by emotional honesty, by mutual care, by showing up when it is inconvenient, by repairing what was damaged, by not disappearing when truth becomes uncomfortable. Intensity may awaken the heart, but consistency teaches the heart it can rest. And after what you have survived, rest must matter to you now. Not boredom, rest. A love where you do not have to read silence like a language. A love where your nervous system is not always preparing for absence. A love where questions are not treated like accusations. A love where your needs are not framed as drama. A love where tenderness is not used as a temporary bridge back into the same confusion. You are allowed to want that kind of rest. You are allowed to say, I cannot live inside emotional weather that changes without warning. You are allowed to say, I need more than chemistry, I need character. You are allowed to say, I need more than apology, I need repair. You are allowed to say, I need more than being wanted in private. I need to be honored in truth. And if that feels like too much for someone, then perhaps they are not the person who can meet you in the life you are building. Not because they are worthless, but because you are no longer willing to become less alive in order to be easier to keep. That is the quiet power of healing. You stop auditioning. You stop trying to become the woman who finally makes an unavailable person available. You stop trying to be so understanding that someone has no reason to leave. You stop trying to prove that your love is patient enough, deep enough, loyal enough, soft enough, rare enough. You realize that love should not require you to become a performance of acceptability. You are not here to convince someone to treat you with basic emotional care. You are not here to translate your pain into a language that someone refuses to learn. You are not here to keep lowering your needs until neglect becomes manageable. You are here to live, to breathe, to become, to love without disappearing, to give without becoming empty, to stay soft without staying exposed to harm. And this is where self-worth becomes quieter and stronger. At first, self-worth may sound like a sentence you are trying to believe. I deserve better. I am enough. I am valuable. Those sentences may help, but deeper self-worth is not only spoken, it is practiced. It is practiced when you pause before replying to someone who once had full access to your nervous system. It is practiced when you refuse the late-night message that offers emotion without accountability. It is practiced when you stop explaining the same wound to someone who has already shown you they prefer your forgiveness over your truth. It is practice when you stop checking whether he is watching, noticing, missing, regretting, or comparing. It is practice when you give your attention back to the life that was waiting beneath your heartbreak. That is where your power returns. Through attention, because betrayal captures attention. It makes the mind orbit around the injury. What happened? Why did it happen? Who is he with now? What did I mean to him? Was it real? Did he ever care? Will he come back? Did I imagine everything? These questions can become a room with no windows, and you can spend whole seasons pacing inside them, but slowly, healing asks you to open a door. Not because every question has been answered, but because your life cannot be reduced to the questions someone else left behind. Your attention is sacred. Where you place it, your energy follows. If you place it only on the wound becomes your world. If you place it gently on your recovery, your world begins to widen. This does not mean you ignore the pain. It means you stop letting the pain own all the light. Give some light back to your body. Give some light back to your home. Give some light back to your friendships. Give some light back to your creativity. Give some light back to the parts of you that did not stop existing just because someone failed to honor them. Maybe there is a book you never finished, a room you wanted to rearrange, a friend you need to call, a walk you used to take, a song that belongs only to you, a dream that has nothing to do with being chosen, a quiet morning routine that helps your soul feel less scattered. These things may seem small compared to heartbreak, but they are not small. They are proof that you are beginning to belong to yourself again. And belonging to yourself after being emotionally abandoned is not simple. It takes practice, because the abandoned heart often searches for itself in the one who left. It thinks if he comes back, I will feel whole. If he apologizes, I will feel real. If he chooses me, I will feel restored. If he regrets it, I will know I mattered. But you mattered before his regret. You mattered before his recognition. You mattered even while he was mishandling you. You mattered even when you were waiting for someone else to confirm it. The work now is to let that truth move from your mind into your daily choices. Not all at once. Choice by choice. Meal by meal. Boundary by boundary. Breath by breath. A reflective question for today is this: what would you do differently if you truly believed your peace was worth protecting before it was completely destroyed? Would you answer less quickly? Would you stop explaining sooner? Would you trust your discomfort earlier? Would you let inconsistency be information instead of a challenge to overcome? Would you stop giving full emotional access to someone offering partial emotional responsibility? This question is not meant to make you regret the past. It is meant to help you honor the future. Because your future needs a woman who listens to herself sooner. Not perfectly, sooner. A woman who can sense when a connection is making her smaller. A woman who can admit, this feels familiar, but familiar is not always safe. A woman who can say, I am attracted, but I am not abandoning discernment. A woman who can say, I am lonely, but I will not let loneliness choose the terms of my life. This is how heartbreak becomes wisdom without becoming bitterness. Bitterness says, never again will I love. Wisdom says, never again will I confuse love with losing myself. Bitterness says, everyone will hurt me. Wisdom says, I will pay attention to patterns before I give my trust away. Bitterness says, I must be untouchable. Wisdom says, I can be tender and guarded by truth. Bitterness says, my heart is closed. Wisdom says, my heart is sacred, and your heart is sacred. Not because it has never made mistakes, not because it has never wanted what hurt it, not because it always knew how to protect itself, but because it is yours. It carried you through confusion. It kept loving when love became lonely. It broke and still kept beating. It endured silence and still searched for meaning. It has been tired, ashamed, angry, tender, afraid, and still willing to heal. Do not despise that heart. Do not call it foolish because it believed. Do not call it weak because it bonded. Do not call it dramatic because it hurt. A heart that can feel deeply needs wisdom, not punishment. And maybe that is what you are learning now. To stop punishing your own tenderness. To stop treating softness like the reason you were harmed. Your softness was not the problem. The problem was placing softness where there was not enough safety. Softness is beautiful with safe people. Softness is nourishing in honest love. Softness is not weakness when it is paired with boundaries. But softness without boundaries can become self-sacrifice. And boundaries without softness can become isolation. You are learning to hold both. That is mature feminine healing, not becoming cold, not becoming naive, but becoming whole enough to say, my tenderness stays, but my access changes. That one sentence may guide you. Your tenderness can remain. Your access can change. You can still wish someone well without letting them close. You can still remember what was beautiful without reopening the door. You can still forgive in your own time without pretending trust has been restored. You can still hope they heal without volunteering to be the place where they practice harming less. That is freedom. A freedom that does not require hatred. A freedom that does not require proving anything. A freedom that says, I release myself from participating in my own diminishment. And when you say that honestly, something inside you begins to rise. Not loudly. Maybe it rises as a boundary. Maybe as a long exhale. Maybe as a morning where you do not check Maybe as a moment where you stop defending him in your mind and finally defend your own heart. Maybe as a decision to stop telling the story in a way that makes your pain look smaller. Maybe as a realization that you do not have to keep being loyal to the version of him that only existed between the good moments, because the pattern matters. The whole story matters. You matter. And the more you accept that, the less power the old confusion has over you. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. You are winning when you stop confusing being wanted with being valued. You are winning when you stop treating someone's need for you as evidence of love. You are winning when you let your body tell the truth your hope kept trying to soften. You are winning when you stop auditioning for emotional safety and begin requiring it as part of love. And maybe today, winning looks like one honest admission. I do not only want to be missed, I want to be respected. That admission can shift everything, because once respect becomes necessary, you can no longer survive on crumbs the same way. Once peace becomes sacred, chaos loses some of its seduction. Once clarity becomes a need, ambiguity begins to feel less romantic and more exhausting. Once self-trust begins returning, you stop asking people who confuse you to define what you already know. And this is the slow return, the return to your own voice, the return to your own body, the return to your own standards, the return to your own quiet knowing, the return to your life not as a woman who was never hurt, but as a woman who has decided the wound will not be the only author of her future. You may still have days when you ache. You may still have nights when you remember too much. You may still have moments when you wish he had been different. But wishing he had been different is not the same as being called back. It is only grief touching the place where hope used to live. Let it touch. Let it pass. Let it teach without letting it rule. You can say, I wish it had been different, and still walk forward. You can say, I loved him, and still choose distance. You can say, this hurt me, and still refuse to hate yourself for having stayed. You can say, I am not fully healed, and still protect the healing that has begun. That is enough. Enough for today. Enough for this breath. Enough for this hidden battle. Because the woman you are becoming is not built in one grand moment. She is built in the quiet repetition of choosing truth again and again and again, until choosing yourself no longer feels like loss, until peace no longer feels unfamiliar, until your heart no longer mistakes anxiety for love, until your life becomes a place where you can finally rest. There is a quiet awakening that happens when a woman finally stops asking, why was I not chosen? And begins asking, why did I keep choosing a place where I felt unseen? That question is not meant to blame you. It is meant to bring you back to yourself. Because for a long time, your attention may have been fixed on his choices, his silence, his distance, his inconsistency, his mixed signals, his failure to explain, his inability to honor what you gave. And all of that matters. But eventually healing asks you to turn the light inward without turning the light into a weapon. Not to punish yourself, but to understand yourself. Why did ambiguity feel worth waiting inside? Why did small affection feel like enough to restart your hope? Why did you keep explaining pain to someone who kept repeating the pattern? Why did the fear of losing him become louder than the fear of losing yourself? These are not questions for shame. They are questions for freedom. Because once you understand what kept you attached, you become less vulnerable to returning to the same kind of wound with a different face. And maybe that is what this season is trying to give you. Not just recovery from one person, but release from a pattern. A deeper truth is this: healing is not only about leaving what hurt you, it is about becoming the kind of woman who no longer calls that harm familiar enough to stay. Because familiarity is powerful. A distant person can feel familiar if you learned early to reach for unavailable love. Inconsistent affection can feel familiar if you once had to work for tenderness. Ambiguity can feel familiar if clarity was never offered freely. Silence can feel familiar if you were trained to interpret moods instead of being met with honest words. And sometimes what feels like chemistry is actually recognition, not recognition of safety. Recognition of an old wound. That is painful to admit because it means part of you may have mistaken the ache of the past for the pull of destiny. It means the connection may have felt intense, not only because it was special, but because it touched places in you that were already tender. The part that feared being replaced. The part that needed to be chosen. The part that believed love had to be earned through patience. The part that thought if she could finally make this person stay, then maybe every earlier abandonment would lose its power. But no adult relationship can heal an old wound by repeating it. And no unavailable person can repair the pain of unavailability by becoming another place where you must beg to be seen. This is why your healing must go deeper than him. It must reach the part of you that learned to confuse longing with love. The part that felt more alive chasing emotional closeness than resting in emotional safety. The part that could sense inconsistency and still call it complexity. The part that knew something was wrong but kept negotiating with herself because the fantasy was too precious to release. That part of you does not need contempt. She needs truth with tenderness. She needs you to say, I understand why this felt familiar, but familiar is not the same as safe. That sentence can become a doorway. Because once you stop worshiping familiarity, you begin to recognize peace. At first, peace may not impress you. Peace may not rush your blood. Peace may not keep you checking your phone. Peace may not create the emotional highs and lows your body became used to. Peace may feel quiet, and because it is quiet, you may mistake it for emptiness. But peace is not empty. Peace is full of room. Room to breathe. Room to think. Room to sleep. Room to hear yourself. Room to notice what you want. Room to love without fear constantly sitting beside you. A love that is safe may not make you feel like you are winning a battle every day. And that is the point. You were not made to live in a relationship as if you were always trying to survive it. You were not made to keep proving you are patient enough to be loved. You were not made to keep translating silence, studying distance, managing anxiety, shrinking needs, and calling it devotion. You were made for a love that allows you to remain present to yourself. And if love pulls you away from yourself over and over again, it may be attachment, need, chemistry, history, or hope. But it is not the kind of love your healing can safely build a life around. That clarity may hurt, but it can also protect the rest of your life. Because one day, someone may come with charm. Someone may come with tenderness. Someone may know how to say the right things at the right time. Someone may awaken the part of you that wants to believe again. And when that happens, the goal is not to be afraid. The goal is to be awake. Awake enough to watch the pattern, not just the promise. Awake enough to notice consistency, not just chemistry. Awake enough to ask, do I feel peaceful, or am I performing calm while my body is anxious? Awake enough to ask, is this person building trust or just creating emotional intensity? Awake enough to ask, am I being loved or am I being temporarily soothed? These questions are not walls. They are windows. They let light into the places where longing once kept you blind. And you deserve that light because what happened to you may have made you doubt your own perception. Maybe you saw the red flags. Maybe you felt the distance. Maybe you sensed the shift. Maybe you knew when his words and actions were no longer living in the same house. But every time you brought it up, perhaps you were made to feel too sensitive, too emotional, too suspicious, too needy, too difficult, too demanding. And slowly, you began to distrust your own knowing. That is one of the deepest damages of emotional neglect. It does not only hurt the heart, it weakens the woman's relationship with her own truth. So now part of your healing is learning to believe yourself again. Not in a reckless way, not in a way that assumes everyone is guilty, but in a steady way. If something feels wrong, you are allowed to notice it. If someone's behavior changes, you are allowed to ask for clarity. If your body tightens around a pattern, you are allowed to pay attention. If you feel smaller, lonelier, more anxious, less yourself, you are allowed to take that seriously. You do not need permission to honor what your inner life is telling you. And you do not need to wait until you are breaking to admit that something is hurting you. This is a new kind of self-respect. The kind that does not require a crisis before it listens. Many women only leave when they are emotionally destroyed because they were taught to treat discomfort like something to endure until it becomes unbearable. But healing teaches you to listen sooner. When the first pattern appears, when the first explanation does not match the behavior, when the first apology comes without changed action, when the first silence is used to punish instead of communicate, when the first moment arrives where you feel yourself shrinking just to keep someone close, listening sooner is not being dramatic. It is being loyal to your own life. A reflective question may meet you here. What truth did you know early but keep softening because you were afraid of what it would require? Maybe you knew he was not ready. Maybe you knew the relationship was unequal. Maybe you knew you were carrying the emotional labor alone. Maybe you knew you were being kept around, but not fully chosen. Maybe you knew the tenderness was real, but the commitment was absent. Maybe you knew his silence was not confusion, but avoidance. And maybe you softened that truth, because truth would have asked you to grieve. Do not punish yourself for that. The heart often delays grief as long as it can. Grief feels like death to a dream. And when you have already invested years, loyalty, prayer, patience, explanations, forgiveness, and hope, grief can feel like admitting that your investment did not create the future you were trying to build. That is hard, especially for a grown woman, because she is not only losing romance, She may be losing the timeline she imagined, the family she pictured, the emotional security she wanted, the body of hope she carried through aging, responsibility, and private exhaustion, the belief that this chapter would finally become home. So if it took you time to accept the truth, have mercy on yourself. You were not stupid. You were bonded. You were invested. You were human. You were trying to make sense of someone who gave you enough warmth to keep you near and enough distance to keep you uncertain. That kind of confusion can become a cage. And now, every time you tell the truth without attacking yourself, you unlock another bar. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. You are winning every time you remember that your intuition was not your enemy. You are winning every time you stop letting someone else's denial erase your experience. You are winning every time you choose to believe the pattern instead of begging the promise to return. You are winning every time you admit, I knew something was wrong and now I will honor that knowing. That is how self-trust returns. Not with perfection, with repair. You repair self-trust by keeping the promises you make to yourself, small promises. I will not check tonight. I will not answer if he reaches out without accountability. I will not compare myself to another woman. I will not turn loneliness into a reason to reopen the wound. I will feed myself today. I will rest when my body asks. I will write the truth when longing tries to rewrite the story. I will stop making excuses for behavior that repeatedly harmed me. Every kept promise becomes a thread, and thread by thread, you sew yourself back into your own life. At first, the fabric may feel fragile. You may break a promise to yourself. You may check again. You may cry again. You may scroll where you said you would not scroll. You may rehearse the conversation again. You may miss him so intensely that you feel ashamed of your own longing. Do not turn a slip into a collapse. A slip is information. Ask gently, what was I needing in that moment? Comfort? Reassurance? A sense of control? Proof that I mattered? A way to soothe loneliness? A way to avoid feeling the finality? When you understand the need beneath the action, you can meet the need without repeating the wound. If you checked because you needed reassurance, give yourself reassurance with truth. If you reached because you needed comfort, call someone safe or sit with your own heart without judgment. If you compared yourself because you needed proof you mattered, remind yourself that your value is not measured by who someone chooses to perform a new life with. If you wanted to return because the grief felt unbearable, tell yourself, I am not dying. I am withdrawing from a place that confused my nervous system. This is practical healing, not glamorous, not poetic, everyday, but deeply necessary. Because your healing must become livable. It must enter your evenings, your phone habits, your thoughts, your body, your friendships, your home, your schedule, your prayer, your breathing. A beautiful idea will not heal you if your daily life keeps reopening the wound. So create small protections around your peace, not because you are fragile, because you are healing. A healing wound deserves care. You would not keep pressing on a physical bruise and then wonder why it still hurts. So do not keep pressing on emotional bruises through constant checking, rereading, comparing, imagining, and revisiting. Give the wound conditions to close. Distance, truth, rest, support, structure, gentleness, time, and perhaps most of all, stop feeding the part of you that still believes pain proves connection. Pain does not prove love. Anxiety does not prove depth. Missing someone does not prove they were safe. Being unable to forget does not prove you should return. Sometimes the mind repeats what the heart has not yet metabolized. Sometimes the body keeps searching for relief in the very place where the injury began. That is why you must become more tender and more disciplined at the same time. Tender enough to understand the craving, disciplined enough not to obey it, tender enough to grieve the memory, disciplined enough not to romanticize the pattern, tender enough to admit you still care, disciplined enough to protect yourself from access that keeps you unstable. This balance is not easy, but it is mature, and you are capable of it. A woman can be soft and still say no. A woman can miss someone and still not return. A woman can cry and still keep the boundary. A woman can forgive and still refuse intimacy. A woman can wish things had been different and still choose the life that is asking to be rebuilt. This is the kind of strength that grows slowly. It does not look like shouting. It does not look like revenge. It does not look like indifference. It looks like alignment. Your choices begin to align with your truth. Your access begins to align with your standards. Your attention begins to align with your healing. Your self-talk begins to align with compassion. Your future begins to align with the woman you are becoming, not the wound you are leaving. That is winning, quietly, privately, powerfully. There is another layer of the battle that deserves to be named. The fear that you will never be loved again the way you wanted to be loved. This fear can sit beneath everything, beneath the longing, beneath the checking, beneath the grief, beneath the jealousy, beneath the urge to go back. It whispers, what if that was my chance? What if no one else comes? What if I am too old now? What if I am too wounded? What if I cannot trust again? What if I gave my best years to someone who did not keep them sacred? That fear is tender. Do not mock it. It is not shallow. For many women, heartbreak after 30 carries questions that younger people may not fully understand. Questions about time, about family, about fertility, about home, about starting over, about how much energy is left, about whether the heart can risk another disappointment after already carrying so many responsibilities. So be honest. Yes, starting again may be frightening. Yes, trust may take time. Yes, grief over lost years is real. Yes, you may feel tired in a way that is hard to explain, but fear is not a prophet. Fear can describe what hurts. It cannot decide what is possible. The fact that one person failed to choose you well does not mean love has no future for you. But even before love comes from anyone else, love must return through the way you begin caring for yourself. Because if you only wait for another person to prove you are lovable, you may keep living as if your worth is suspended until someone arrives. Do not suspend your life. Do not postpone tenderness toward yourself. Do not wait to be chosen before you begin treating yourself as chosen by your own soul. You can make your life gentler now. You can create beauty now. You can restore your body now. You can build peace now. You can become honest now. You can practice receiving care from safe friends now. You can allow small joys now. You can begin again now, even if the beginning is imperfect. This does not mean you rush. It means you stop putting your aliveness on hold. A deeper truth is this: healing is not only the absence of pain, healing is the return of participation in your own life. You begin participating again. You stop watching life through the window of heartbreak. You enter the room, maybe slowly, maybe cautiously, but you enter. You choose the meal. You choose the walk. You choose the appointment. You choose the conversation. You choose the boundary. You choose the quiet evening without reopening the past. You choose the morning routine that reminds you that you still belong here. And with every choice, you tell your spirit, we are not staying buried. That is powerful, because betrayal can make a woman feel buried while still breathing. Buried under questions, buried under shame, buried under memories, buried under comparison, buried under the humiliation of having cared deeply for someone who did not protect her heart. But you are not buried forever. You are under repair. And repair often happens in hidden places. Seeds split underground before anything green appears. The wound closes beneath the surface before anyone sees new skin. A woman becomes whole inside before her life starts reflecting it outside. So do not despise hidden healing. Do not despise the days when no one notices your progress. Do not despise the private victories. The message not sent, the story not checked, the insult not spoken to yourself, the meal eaten, the walk taken, the memory survived, the boundary kept, the truth written, the cry released, the breath returned. These are not minor. They are the bricks of a new inner home. And this home will be different. It will have doors. It will have windows. It will have quiet rooms. It will have a place for tenderness and a place for discernment. It will not be a house someone else can enter casually, empty slowly, and leave you standing there with a key to nothing. This time, you will live there too, fully, not as a guest in your own life, not as a woman waiting by the emotional door, not as someone who keeps setting the table for a love that stopped arriving. As the woman who finally sits at her own table and says, I am here now. That is the return. It may not happen in one dramatic moment. It may happen in small recognitions. You recognize that you are tired of hurting yourself with information that does not help you heal. You recognize that you cannot keep making your peace dependent on his choices. You recognize that you have been asking the wrong person to confirm your worth. You recognize that your tenderness deserves protection. You recognize that your future cannot be built inside someone else's ambiguity. And with each recognition, something loosens. The grip, the spell, the argument, the waiting, the fantasy. Not all at once, but enough to breathe. And sometimes enough to breathe is enough to keep going. A reflective question for this part of the journey is this: what part of you is asking to come home now? Is it your voice? The voice that stopped speaking because every truth turned into conflict? Is it your body? The body that carried tension, grief, sleepless nights, and silent panic? Is it your joy? The joy that felt inappropriate while you were waiting to be chosen? Is it your creativity? The part of you that stopped imagining because so much energy went into emotional survival? Is it your intuition? The quiet knowing you ignored until the pain became impossible to deny? Is it your dignity? The part of you that has been whispering, we cannot keep living like this. Whatever part is calling, answer gently. Do not demand that she return fully formed. Invite her. Give her space. Let your life become safe enough for your own soul to re-enter. That may sound simple, but it is sacred work. Because when a woman has been emotionally dismantled, she must become a safe place for herself again. Safe enough to feel. Safe enough to tell the truth. Safe enough to admit desire without obeying it. Safe enough to admit regret without drowning in it. Safe enough to admit loneliness without surrendering to the first familiar voice. Safe enough to want love without abandoning boundaries. This is the kind of safety you are building now. Inner safety. The ability to remain with yourself through emotional weather. The ability to say, this hurts, but I will not leave myself. That sentence is a victory. Because perhaps in the past, pain made you leave yourself. You left yourself by chasing, by over-explaining, by accepting less, by making excuses, by turning someone else's confusion into your assignment, by making your needs smaller than another person's comfort. But now, pain can become a place where you return. When it hurts, you do not abandon yourself. You breathe, you name it, you listen, you protect, you choose. And slowly, your inner world learns, I am safe with me. That is the foundation of self-trust. Not that you will never hurt again, but that you will not betray yourself so deeply again in response to hurt. And once that foundation begins to form, life opens differently. You may still want love, but you no longer want it at the cost of yourself. You may still desire companionship, but you no longer treat loneliness as a reason to accept emotional danger. You may still feel attraction, but you no longer let chemistry silence discernment. You may still be tender, but your tenderness no longer travels without truth beside it. This is not the end of softness. This is softness coming home to wisdom, and that is beautiful. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. You are winning because you are learning to ask better questions. You are winning because you are beginning to see the pattern beneath the person. You are winning because you are no longer mistaking familiarity for safety. You are winning because you are repairing self-trust through small kept promises. You are winning because you are becoming a safer home for your own heart. And perhaps today, the most honest victory is this. You are no longer willing to disappear just to be loved in fragments. You may still grieve. You may still miss him. You may still carry moments of confusion. But somewhere inside, a line has been drawn quietly, not with rage, with dignity. A line that says, I can love deeply, but I will not abandon myself deeply. A line that says, I can understand someone's wounds, but I will not live under them. A line that says, I can forgive in time, but I will not call repeated harm a safe home. A line that says, I am allowed to want a love that does not require me to become smaller. That line is not a wall against love. It is a doorway into healthier love. Beginning with the love you now owe yourself. Not as performance, not as a slogan, as practice. Tonight, maybe practice means closing the app, putting the phone down, letting the memory pass, making tea, taking a shower, praying without asking for the past to return, writing one sentence of truth, resting your body, whispering, I am still here and I am not leaving myself tonight. That may be all, but that is enough. Because the battle within you is not won by one grand declaration. It is won by these quiet returns. Again and again and again, until the woman who once waited outside someone else's uncertainty begins living inside her own peace. There is a moment, quiet and almost invisible, when a woman realizes she no longer wants to win someone back. She wants to win herself back. Not as a performance, not as revenge, not so anyone can look at her and say, look how strong she became, but because somewhere beneath the grief, beneath the humiliation, beneath the exhaustion of being emotionally unseen, she begins to remember that her life is still asking for her presence, and that remembering is holy in the simplest way. It may not come with thunder. It may not come with certainty. It may not come with a sudden clean feeling of being over it. It may come while folding laundry, while sitting in the car before going inside, while brushing your hair, while watching morning light enter a room you once cried in, while realizing that the ache is still there, but it no longer has the same authority over you. And maybe for the first time in a long time, you say to yourself quietly, I do not want to keep living as a woman waiting to be chosen by someone who made me feel invisible. That sentence may not heal everything, but it opens something, because the battle within you has never only been about him. It has been about truth, about grief, about dignity, about the part of you that kept wanting to return to the very place where you disappeared, about the part of you that still wanted tenderness from hands that did not know how to hold it responsibly, about the part of you that feared the silence more than the suffering. And now, slowly, you are learning that silence can be survived. Loneliness can be survived. Missing him can be survived. The unanswered questions can be survived. But losing yourself over and over again just to keep a fragile connection alive is not a life you are willing to keep surviving. That is where the victory begins to become clearer. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. You are winning because you are beginning to understand that healing is not the same as never feeling pain again. Healing is when pain no longer gets to make all your decisions. Healing is when longing speaks, but truth answers. Healing is when shame rises, but compassion meets it. Healing is when memory knocks, but you no longer open the door without discernment. Healing is when you can say, yes, I loved him, without using that love as a reason to keep bleeding. And perhaps this is one of the final truths your heart needs to hold. You do not have to hate someone to stop allowing them access to you. You do not have to erase every beautiful moment to admit the pattern was harmful. You do not have to prove that the relationship meant nothing in order to release it. You do not have to become cold in order to become free. Freedom may look softer than you expected. It may look like peace instead of power, like rest instead of performance, like no longer needing to explain your pain to someone committed to misunderstanding it, like no longer building a home inside another person's uncertainty, like no longer treating your heart as a place where people can come for comfort and leave behind confusion. A grown woman's freedom does not always announce itself. Sometimes it simply stops answering the door. Not because she is cruel, because she has finally understood the cost of letting the wrong things back in. And maybe that is what you are learning now. You are learning the sacred difference between being open and being unguarded. Open means your heart is still alive. Unguarded means your heart has no protection. Open means you still believe tenderness matters. Unguarded means anyone who touches your wound can become your direction. Open means you can love again one day. Unguarded means you confuse intensity with intimacy, attention with intention, apology with repair. You are not being asked to become guarded in a bitter way. You are being invited to become wise. Wise enough to know that access must be earned through consistency. Wise enough to know that peace is not too much to ask for. Wise enough to know that someone can miss you and still not be safe for you. Wise enough to know that if returning requires you to abandon the truth, it is not love calling you back. It is the old wound asking for familiar pain, and you do not have to obey it anymore. There will still be moments when the past reaches for you. A memory may come with tenderness. A dream may disturb your morning. A place may reopen something. A song may carry you back before you have time to prepare. A quiet evening may make you wonder whether the silence between you has softened into regret. When that happens, do not panic. You are not failing. You are human. Let the memory pass through the room without handing it the keys to the house. Say, I remember. Say, it mattered. Say, it hurt. Say, I still choose peace. That is not denial. That is inner leadership. Because a woman who has been betrayed, neglected, abandoned, or left without closure must learn how to become a gentle authority within herself. Not harsh, not impatient, not cruel, but steady enough to say, we are not going back to what made us disappear. And maybe the deepest part of healing is this. You begin to believe your own experience. You stop needing everyone to understand why it hurt. You stop needing the story to look severe enough from the outside. You stop needing another person's confession to validate your wound. You stop minimizing what happened just because the harm was emotional, gradual, hidden, or difficult to explain. You know what it cost you. You know how it changed your sleep, your appetite, your confidence, your trust, your peace, your ability to feel safe inside your own life. You know the nights no one saw. You know the prayers without polished words. You know the messages you typed and deleted. You know the moments you almost returned. Not because it was right, but because the ache felt too large to carry alone. And still, you are here. Still breathing. Still choosing. Still becoming. That is not small. That is winning in its most private form. A deeper truth now rises gently. You were not abandoned because you were unworthy. You were not betrayed because your love was meaningless. You were not left in silence because your pain was unreal. You were not unchosen because your womanhood lacked beauty, depth, value, warmth, or grace. Someone's inability to meet you with honesty does not become the measure of what you deserve. Someone's carelessness does not become the definition of your tenderness. Someone's refusal to choose you clearly does not erase the sacredness of what you brought. You brought love, maybe imperfectly, maybe fearfully at times, maybe with wounds of your own, but sincerely. And sincerity deserves to be honored, even when it was not protected by the person who received it. So honor it yourself. Do not look back at the woman who loved and call her foolish. She was trying. She was hoping. She was carrying a dream with tired hands. She was setting a table for a love she believed might still arrive. She was holding a key to a house she did not yet know had been emptied. She was not stupid. She was longing, and longing can make even a wise woman stay longer than her peace can afford. But now you know, and knowing is not meant to crush you. Knowing is meant to guide you. You know that silence is information. You know that inconsistency is information. You know that your body tightening is information. You know that peace matters. You know that love without clarity becomes confusion. You know that chemistry without character can become pain. You know that being wanted is not enough if you are not valued. You know that self-respect may begin as grief before it becomes strength. This knowledge is not punishment. It is protection. It is the lantern you carry into the next chapter. Not so you can fear love, but so you can recognize the difference between love and emotional starvation sooner. Because you will not always be in this season. There will come a time when your heart does not live so close to the wound. There will come a time when his name does not move through your body like weather. There will come a time when you can remember the story without becoming trapped inside it. There will come a time when the woman who once cried in secret will look back and realize she was not being destroyed. She was being returned. Returned to her voice. Returned to her intuition. Returned to her dignity. Returned to her own table. Returned to a life that had been waiting beneath the grief. And when that time comes, you may not feel triumphant in a loud way. You may simply feel calm. Calm because you no longer need him to explain your worth. Calm because you no longer confuse longing with direction. Calm because you no longer keep your life paused for someone who never learned how to choose you with care. Calm because you have stopped dragging an unanswered goodbye through the rooms of your mind. Calm because closure has begun to live inside your own truth. And if today you are not calm yet, that is all right. Do not shame yourself for being in the middle. The middle is where so much brave work happens. The middle is where you cry and still keep the boundary. The middle is where you miss him and still refuse to reopen access. The middle is where you feel weak but make one strong choice. The middle is where you stop romanticizing the wound, even while grieving what was tender. The middle is where you learn that Healing does not always feel like rising. Sometimes it feels like not falling back, and not falling back is enough for today. You do not have to rebuild your whole life before sunset. You do not have to forgive before your heart is ready. You do not have to know what comes next. You do not have to become a completely different woman overnight. Just come home one small act at a time. Drink water. Open the window. Tell the truth in your journal. Let yourself rest without earning it. Stop checking what keeps hurting you. Speak to yourself with more mercy than the world taught you. Call your attention back when it wanders into comparison. Remind your body that it is safe right now in this breath. Let one room in your life become peaceful again. Let one morning belong to you again. Let one decision prove that you are not abandoning yourself today. This is how a woman rebuilds, not in one glorious transformation, but in faithful returns again and again and again until the self she thought she lost begins to answer. And when she answers, listen, she may say, I am tired. Let her rest. She may say, I am angry. Let her tell the truth. She may say, I am afraid. Hold her gently. She may say, I still miss him. Do not punish her. She may say, I want peace more now. Believe her, because that desire for peace is the sound of your dignity becoming stronger than your attachment. And that is a beautiful turning point. Not because the love never mattered, but because you are finally beginning to matter to yourself more than the need to be chosen by someone who could not hold what you gave. There is no shame in that. There is no shame in choosing yourself after years of choosing the possibility of someone else. There is no shame in needing time. There is no shame in grieving what almost became a life. There is no shame in admitting you were wounded by something other people could not see. Invisible pain is still pain. Invisible healing is still healing. Invisible victory is still victory. No one can see the battle within you, but you are still winning. You are winning when you stop begging the past to become kinder. You are winning when you stop asking your worth to stand trial in the courtroom of someone else's inconsistency. You are winning when you let grief be present without letting it become your ruler. You are winning when you stop calling your softness a mistake. You are winning when you understand that the woman who loved deeply is not the woman who failed. She is the woman who survived. And now she is becoming the woman who chooses herself. Not coldly, not proudly, not with hatred, but with quiet, steady dignity. The kind that says, I can miss what was beautiful and still leave what was harmful. I can grieve what I hoped for and still honor what is true. I can love deeply and still protect myself deeply. I can be wounded and still be worthy. I can be unseen by others and still be known within myself. That is the victory. Not that you never hurt, but that hurt no longer owns the final word. Not that you never remember, but memory no longer becomes a command. Not that you were never abandoned, but abandonment no longer gets to define the whole story. You are still here, still worthy, still becoming, still capable of peace, still capable of love. still capable of building a life where your heart does not have to beg for clarity, safety, or respect. And maybe tonight, as you sit with whatever is still unfinished inside you, you can place one hand over your heart and speak to the woman who fought battles no one saw. Tell her, I know you are tired. I know you carried more than anyone knew. I know you loved with trembling hope. I know you stayed longer than your peace could survive. I know you are grieving not only him, but yourself, your time, your dreams, your trust. But you are not lost. You are coming back. And this time, I will not leave you. Let that be the promise. Not that everything will be easy. Not that healing will happen instantly. Not that you will never ache again, but that you will no longer abandon yourself as a response to being abandoned by someone else. That is how the hidden battle turns. That is how dignity returns. That is how a woman begins again, quietly, truthfully, with grief in one hand and self-respect in the other. And even if no one sees it, you are still winning.